Chapter 133. Li Wuji's whole body was filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, "Qin Wushuang, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, you have obviously just entered the Xiantian realm. If you fight with me, who has been in the Xiantian realm for many years, you will definitely die. The day you enter the Xiantian realm will be the day you die. Do you have any regrets?" This was a loss of momentum and a psychological shock. For Qin Wushuang, this kind of provocation was basically nothing. He had lived 2 lives. If he could be frightened by a few words, he would not have the courage to challenge Li Wuji. He raised his head and laughed. "Li Wuji, your Ji-Yin sect, other than boasting, don't you have any other skills?" "Humph, I am just speaking the truth." "What boasting?" Li Wuji shouted and spat out a breath. Suddenly, his body rolled up and his whole body spun at high speed like a top. His palms intertwined and condensed into an attack shape like an awl. He directly poked at Qin Wushuang. This poke was different from any of the fancy martial arts of the post-liminary realm warriors. It was very ordinary. The power of this poke brought out a white ripple like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Qin Wushuang. Enter the Gui Mai, retreat the Ming Yi. Qin Wushuang's feet moved continuously and accurately stepped on the correct position. His immortal virtuous cloud steps danced in the air, and he barely dodged the incredibly powerful attack. This attack did not hit Qin Wushuang. It directly rushed to the front and hit a stone lock in the martial arts practice field. With a boom, the stone lock suddenly exploded. He was indeed a Xiantian realm warrior. The power of this attack was actually so shocking. Although the attack did not hit, Li Wuji did not seem to take it seriously. It was as if he did not expect to gain any benefits from this attack. If Qin Wushuang could not avoid this attack, then it would be a joke. Only by avoiding this attack would he be qualified to challenge Li Wuji. Li Wuji's body rolled up and white light burst out. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared on top of his head. His figure was rolling at high speed, like a long dragon wreaking havoc in the air. It was as if he was creating clouds and rain, swallowing clouds and spitting out fog. This fog came fiercely. In a moment, it spread out and covered the entire martial arts practice field. It was as if there was a fog. It was impossible to see the other side within 3 meters. Obviously, after that attack, Li Wuji immediately had an idea. He knew that if he wanted to end the battle quickly, he had to make his opponent unable to see the direction of his attack and then kill him with a strange attack. Only in this way could he achieve the fastest and most. Or else, if that martial saint interfered, most likely it would be more troublesome to kill Qin Wushuang. How could Qin Wushuang not understand the intentions of this Li Wuji? Wuji is a Wuji with Wuji is with Wuji. With Wuji his Wuji chi. Wuji is woo Wuji with Wuji. Woo-woo-wook. This was a miraculous prediction ability. Sure enough, after Li Wuji succeeded in setting up the fog, he let out a sharp whistle and continuously pushed his palms forward. Spiritual energy gathered in the center of his palms and he continuously struck out. This was a very overbearing Xiantian martial art of the Ji-Yin sect. It was called Thunder Palm of the Sky. Among the 5 elements, it belonged to the metal element. Metal elemental attacks had unique advantages in terms of dominance, penetration, destruction, and speed. Although Li Wuji couldn't use the thunder palms of the sky as he wished like his master, Old Man Ji-Yin, he still managed to hit the target with his palms. None of his attacks missed. His movement technique was like that of a ghost, darting to the east, jumping to the west, sometimes to the south, sometimes to the north. He kept jumping in different directions without any pattern. Although there seemed to be no order, it was actually the best way for Li Wuji to deal with Qin Wushuang. This was because if this kind of speed attack was launched from all directions, it would be less concentrated. However, it was tricky and had the advantage of being able to completely suppress the opponent. Once an encirclement attack was formed, no matter how good the opponent's movement technique was, it would be hard to avoid losing sight of the other side. However, the person who took the initiative to attack was like moving clouds and flowing water. He didn't stick to one pattern at all, making it impossible for the opponent to determine where he would attack from next. Compared to a concentrated attack from one direction, an all-round three-dimensional attack was much more difficult to defend against. It had to be said that Li Wuji was a genius. The judgment he made in such a short period of time was definitely the best way to deal with Qin Wushuang. However, he would never have thought that the immortal ascending cloud steps under Qin Wushuang's feet was the most unreasonable and illogical movement technique. To put it bluntly, the immortal ascending cloud steps was very self-centered. It only walked its own path. It didn't care how the opponent attacked, how strong the attack was, or what the direction of the attack was. No matter how the opponent attacked, his movement technique would still be like a graceful dance. It seemed to be careless, but it was able to dodge the thunder palms that came from all directions. At this moment, the outside of the martial arts practice field was already crowded with people. Although the field was covered in fog, it didn't affect the enthusiasm of the crowd to watch the battle between the innate masters. A battle between innate masters was a battle that they would never be able to witness in their lifetime. Even if it was a stage 9 warrior of the genuine force, even if it was the honorable purple-gowned great honored warrior, their eyes were filled with the desire to learn. They hoped that after witnessing this battle, they would be able to comprehend the Tao of the innate realm. If it wasn't for the martial saint stopping them from entering the encirclement, this group of people would have probably rushed forward. However, if that was the case, the fluctuation of the innate aura could take the lives of a large group of people if they weren't careful. All of you, step back if you don't want to die, the martial saint reprimanded. After being stopped by the martial saint, these people became a little more clear-headed. The martial saint took the lead and stood at the front. If there was any fluctuation, he would be able to resolve it. These people were all standing behind the martial saint. Their vision was blurry, and they could only see a lightning-fast silhouette darting around. They could not see his specific movements at all, nor could they see the profoundness behind his movements. In a battle between innate masters, just the momentum alone had made them feel throbbing. Everyone knew that once one reached the upper sky level, most likely, it would be a battle to the death. It was because the attacking power of each other was too strong. Shimen Yu was also not calm. The degree of shock in his heart did not lose to anyone at the scene. Besides feeling fortunate about his initial choice, he was even more surprised by Qin Wushuang's speed of improvement. He remembered that outside the inn in South Cloud State City, he had fought with Qin Wushuang once. At that time, although Qin Wushuang had tyrannical strength, at most, he was on par with him. However, now, the two stage 9 elite warriors next to the Redwood King were like ants. They were crushed to death without any resistance. And the insufferably arrogant Redwood King had become a prisoner of the Qin family. One could imagine his fate. Luckily, I didn't choose to become enemies with this son of the Qin family because of a momentary dispute. Or else, perhaps the fate of the Redwood King would be my fate. At least, the Redwood King might still have the royal family to plead for him. If the emperor had stepped out, perhaps he would have a chance to live. And although the Shimen feudal lords were one of the top powerhouses in the Bayou country, their face could not be compared to the Redwood King. Shimen Yu made up his mind. No matter what, the Shimen feudal lords would follow the royal Qin family and the heavenly royal territory wholeheartedly. Initially, Shimen Yu had guessed that Qin Wushuang had received the spiritual fate. Now, when he saw that Qin Wushuang had entered the upper sky realm, he was also proud of his foresight. Nangong Xin, the patriarch of the Nangong feudal lords of the Green Tree State, was also feeling complicated. He was also an elite warrior at stage 9 of the genuine force. He had always heard that the upper sky realm and the pre-sky realm were completely different. Now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that the rumors were not false. The reality was even more exaggerated than the rumors. To put it bluntly, even if 10 stage 9 warriors of the genuine force attacked together, they would not be able to do anything to an upper sky realm warrior. And if an upper sky realm warrior wanted to kill a stage 9 warrior of the genuine force, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. After all, a pre-sky realm warrior would not be able to imagine the method of taking someone's life from a distance of 20 or 30 meters. 4 pre-sky realm warriors, even if they were at stage 9 of the genuine force, The power they generated came from the internal strength of their body. No matter how strong a person's power was, in the end, there was a limit. And for Upper Sky Realm warriors, they had the huge universe as their energy storage. It was inexhaustible. Big Brother Dashi. Do you think Wushuang can win? Qin Xiu had always been confident in her little brother. However, at this moment, she could not help but feel worried. Inwardly, Dashi Ming was also not confident. Yet, he comforted her. Wushuang is also an Upper Sky Realm warrior. When has Wushuang ever lost to an Upper Sky Realm warrior at the same level? On the other hand, Qin Lianshan could not stop wringing his hands. Apparently, he was also extremely nervous. On one hand, he was happy that Wushuang had entered the Upper Sky Realm. On the other hand, he was worried. After all, even the martial saint was wary of Li Wuji's power. Even if Wushuang had entered the Upper Sky Realm, he was still new. As his father, he did not have much confidence that he could win against Li Wuji. Just when everyone was observing with rapt attention and their minds were in a mess, Li Wuji suddenly screamed and retreated to the back. He looked at Qin Wushuang with disbelief. His hair was messy. Apparently, a part of his hair had been cut off. Most of the people outside did not know what had happened. They could not see what had happened in the clouds. However, when they heard Li Wuji's scream, they knew that he had not gained any advantage. Only the martial saint, with his deep eyes, had clearly seen Li Wuji's sorry state. However, as for how Li Wuji's hair had been cut off, even he, an Upper Sky Realm warrior, did not see it clearly. In the next moment, the martial saint saw Qin Wushuang slowly walk out from the clouds. His expression was still cold. From his face, there was no sign of victory or defeat. Li Wuji stood still. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Qin Wushuang. He was already on full alert. There was no longer any trace of mockery and disdain. Instead, it was replaced with caution and caution. There was even a trace of fear that was hard to detect. P.S. Today, I will definitely update 5 chapters. I will definitely make this Li Wuji lose his head. Not only will I destroy him, I will destroy him cleanly. If brothers feel good, please continue to vote for this book. No matter what the vote is, Wushuang will not reject it. I will continue to write. There are still 2 more chapters. It will definitely not be later than 21:30. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 134. Li Wuji, you claim to have entered the Upper Sky Realm many years ago, and this is all you have. Then next year today will be your death anniversary. Qin Wushuang took a step forward. Li Wuji laughed strangely, but the shock in his heart couldn't be described with words. The Thunder Palm of the Sky was indeed an Upper Sky combat skill that he had inherited from his teacher, and its power was not to be underestimated. The so-called Upper Sky combat skill wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Even the Ji Yin sect had very few Upper Sky combat skills. Sometimes, a good Upper Sky combat skill could even decide the life and death of 2 Upper Sky Realm experts of the same level. If an Upper Sky combat skill was strong, even if the natural energy absorbed by the body was weaker, it could still be used to defeat the opponent. It was one thing to absorb the natural energy of the Upper Sky Realm, but it was another thing to use the natural energy of the Upper Sky Realm. How to use the natural energy of the Upper Sky Realm belonged to the Upper Sky Realm. Although Li Wuji was the eldest disciple of Old Man Ji Yin, he had only inherited 2 Upper Sky combat skills. One was the Thunder Palm of the Sky, and the other was the Thunder Wind Blade that he had yet to use. The Thunder Wind Blade, as its name suggested, was a blade technique. And a blade technique naturally required the use of a blade. Li Wuji concentrated for a moment, then rubbed his hands together. Using some unknown magic, a curved blade that was emitting white light appeared in his hands. The blade radiated light, especially the edge of the blade, which emitted waves of cold light. It had an aura that made people feel cold just by looking at it. With one look, one could tell that it had drunk a lot of blood to reach such a terrifying realm. When the martial saint saw Li Wuji take out his weapon, he was shocked and shouted, "Be careful, Wushuang." After fighting with Li Wuji for so long, Qin Wushuang had roughly figured out what kind of realm upper sky realm Li Wuji was at. In terms of upper sky spiritual energy, he wouldn't lose to Li Wuji at all. He might even be richer than Li Wuji. Although he didn't know the reason behind it, he was sure that his natural energy was richer than Li Wuji's. To put it simply, his foundation was stronger than Li Wuji's. With a solid foundation, coupled with the immortal ascending cloud steps, no matter how Li Wuji changed, even if he used 10 sets of innate battle skills in turns, the result would still be the same. This was because he could only change his combat skills, but his own spiritual energy could not increase too much in a short period of time. Therefore, no matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. As long as the immortal ascending cloud steps did not make any mistakes, no matter how Li Wuji changed, he would always be in an invincible position. This was because the other party did not have an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation level. In fact, the other party's cultivation level was not even as profound as his. The reason why Qin Wushuang chose to defend was mainly because he didn't understand the battle between innates. Hence, he wanted to use this opportunity to familiarize himself with the key points of the battle between innates. From the looks of it now, whether it was innate stage or acquired stage, after a real fight, one still had to rely on strength, movement techniques, skills, and improvisation. Innate and acquired martial arts were of the same origin after all, and their principles were interlinked. After understanding this point, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt as if he had experienced hundreds of innate battles. His mind was suddenly filled with many new insights. He calmly stepped forward and looked at the scimitar in Li Wuji's hand. He sneered and said, "Li Wuji, I can't use my hands, but you can't use your scimitar either." Li Wuji sneered and said, "Whether I can or not, you should have a taste first." Li Wuji's personality was cold and bloodthirsty. Once he started his battle mode, he would definitely be incomparably fierce. The scimitar spun and slashed towards Qin Wushuang's head like a splitting wind. This blade technique was called Thunder Wind Blade. As the name suggested, its momentum was like wind and thunder. Every slash of the blade faintly contained the sound of wind and thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Its momentum was astonishing. This blade technique focused on momentum and was very domineering. It was very compatible with Li Wuji's personality. Hence, Old Man Ji Yin chose to impart this blade technique to him and gave him an innate battle blade. However, Li Wuji's previous strategy was to quickly kill Qin Wushuang. Hence, he used the Thunder Palms and not the Thunder Wind Blade. This caused him to not use the Thunder Wind Blade when his momentum was at its peak. Hence, when he used it when his momentum was at its peak, its power naturally couldn't reach its peak. Although his temperament appeared ferocious, Qin Wushuang still walked casually. Moving left and right, he used his immortal virtuous cloud steps and turned a deaf ear to Li Wuji's Thunder Wind Blade. At this moment, Li Wuji felt as if he was cutting water with his blade. Every slash was full of strength, but it was useless. No matter how strong his blade was, it couldn't stop the flow of water. He really had some doubts. Did this Qin Wushuang really just enter the innate realm recently? His footwork didn't seem strange or unusual. However, his swaying left and right posture actually caused every slash of his blade to hit nothing. It was as if this was a rehearsal between the two of them and not a real battle of life and death. Powerlessness. At this moment, Li Wuji's greatest feeling was a sense of powerlessness. He was very confident that as long as his opponent made a wrong move, his blade would hit him. Even if it was just a graze, he would definitely be seriously injured and his head would be chopped off. However, he had slashed more than 100 times in a few breaths, but he still couldn't make up for the difference of a single step. It was as if his opponent didn't even care about his innate level saber and his Thunder Wind innate level blade technique. All his footwork seemed to have been prearranged. Every step was so calm that it almost drove him crazy. Perhaps, even if he started practicing this footwork in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to reach such a level of proficiency. However, Li Wuji couldn't find the flaw in this footwork no matter how hard he tried. With the current situation, Li Wuji had no choice but to bite the bullet. At this point, If Li Wuji withdrew from the battle, his momentum would weaken and he wouldn't be able to withstand his opponent's counterattack. Even if he didn't want to, he had to. He could only bite the bullet and continue. Let's see how long this brat can last. Li Wuji made up his mind. With 2 whistling sounds, his blade changed and became even faster. Qin Wushuang was still unhurried, giving others the feeling that he was just taking a stroll and not engaging in a battle of life and death with Li Wuji. Seeing this, the martial saint couldn't help but admire Qin Wushuang's patience. For someone who had just entered the innate level to be able to remain so calm, it was indeed not easy. One had to know that people who had just entered the innate level were usually very confident in themselves and had a strong desire to battle. To be so focused on defending, one wouldn't be able to do it unless one had strong self-discipline. Qin Wushuang's character was steady, but he didn't lack passion. He definitely wasn't the kind of person who would defend till the end. On the contrary, Qin Wushuang's character had a very firm persistence, a kind of aggressiveness that would definitely explode at a certain stage. Qin Wushuang definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. His footwork and spiritual power are all on the path of the innate level, as if he has been cultivating for a long time. So experienced. Then, how could he lack offensive skills? Now, Li Wuji's temperament has not weakened. Indeed, he can still grind him down. When Li Wuji's temperament starts to decline, he will attack him. Killing Li Wuji would not be an empty promise. The martial saint could see the big picture from one small clue. After watching this move, he could already predict many of the following moves. He could tell that Li Wuji's saber skill was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang's footwork seemed to be a natural counter to Li Wuji's technique. Regardless of how Li Wuji changed, he would always remain unchanged. Perhaps, after this battle, Qin Wushuang will become famous. Haha, it seems that my little pond in the Bayou country cannot contain this dragon. The martial saint felt extremely complicated. He remembered that a while ago, on the Martial Saint Mountain, he had thought of taking Qin Wushuang as his disciple and letting him inherit the position of the martial saint. Now, thinking about it, he had been too arrogant. With his current strength, how could he be Qin Wushuang's teacher? To put it bluntly, if he were in Li Wuji's position, most likely, he would not be in a better situation than Li Wuji. However, when he saw Qin Wushuang's bravery, the martial saint also felt extremely gratified. At least, the Bayou country now had 2 upper sky warriors. In this aspect, it was enough to suppress all the surrounding middle-ranking subordinate countries. Especially their sworn enemy, the Great Wu, would no longer pose a threat to the Bayou country. Apparently, Qin Wushuang's future was not at this level. Perhaps, the initial stage of the spiritual martial force was only his starting point. Perhaps, the martial saint could not even see the edge of the true peak. If one had to describe Qin Wushuang's future, it would be limitless. It would be limitless and unpredictable. This was a young man that even the martial saint was fascinated by and unable to catch. At such a young age and coming from a humble class background, he had broken through continuously. Each of his steps had made people dumbfounded. Until he had reached the Martial Saint Mountain, until now, he had entered the upper sky. Each step was enough for others to strive for their entire life. However, he had achieved it when he was only in his teens. Li Wuji. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's voice came from the middle of the field. Qin Lianshan and his family were overjoyed. They could hear that Wushuang's tone was still calm. At least, it meant that he could still hold on and the situation was not bad. I already said, if this is all you have, then next year today will be your death anniversary. As soon as Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, he suddenly initiated his temperament. Instantly, the upper sky spiritual qi from his entire body spread out and rushed towards Li Wuji. The competition of temperament was a must for upper sky warriors to compete. As soon as he initiated his temperament, it was like 2 tigers meeting. Of course, the more aggressive one would go forward and the weaker one would retreat. Qin Wushuang's incantation contained a strong upper sky spiritual qi. It penetrated through the fog and even the martial saint's mind was slightly affected. The pre-sky realm warriors' faces were ashen. They felt an indescribable pressure in their chests and wanted to vomit. Li Wuji's mind was affected by this incantation and his saber technique became sluggish. Qin Wushuang saw it clearly. He took a step forward and pointed his left thumb forward. A red light, like a beast that had been suppressed for a long time, rushed out of its cage and rushed towards Li Wuji with an unstoppable momentum. Coagulated sword, invincible. 1 hour later, the 5th chapter will be delivered on time. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support legal reading. Chapter 135. Li Wuji didn't see any weapon in Qin Wushuang's hands, but he felt the fiery sword aura shooting towards him. He panicked and used his thunder wind blade to block. Dang! The crisp sound of metal colliding. Qin Wushuang wouldn't allow him to dodge. He attacked with both hands, the thumb of his left hand holding the little shong sword, and the middle finger of his right hand holding the middle rushing sword. The two wings flew together, like two dragons playing with a pearl, two tigers fighting for food. In an instant, the sword aura was everywhere, causing Li Wuji to be in dire strait. However, once the momentum is lost, defeat is only a matter of time in a battle between Xiantians. As for Qin Wushuang, he was well versed in the art of war. The first burst of energy, the second burst of energy, and the third burst of energy. After Li Wuji finished his 3 moves, his momentum had reached the stage of the second burst of energy, and the third burst of energy. As for Qin Wushuang, he had just started his attack and was at the stage of the first burst of energy. This was the stage where the momentum was the strongest. Only by killing Li Wuji in one fell swoop at this stage could the battle be decided. Otherwise, the two would enter a new round of tug-of-war. Qin Wushuang and Li Wuji had already completely grasped the initiative. How could he be willing to drag the battle endlessly? With a long roar, he used his Xiantian spiritual energy to strengthen his momentum. The lion's roar technique, coupled with the coagulated sword in his hands, increased its power. After 3 bursts of sword aura, Li Wuji snorted. His left shoulder had already been hit by the middle rushing sword in his right hand. His entire arm seemed to have been cut off by a sharp blade, falling off with a swoosh. As his arm fell off, blood spurted out. Whether it was Xiantian or Hutian, the physical body was the same. With the arm gone, his battle power would be greatly reduced. Li Wuji shouted and retreated a few steps, screaming, "Stop!" Qin Wushuang smiled maliciously. How could he allow Li Wuji to stop? Today, even if you have 100 Ji-yin tokens, don't even think about escaping death. Qin Wushuang didn't show any mercy. His fingertips were like flowers, moving freely. His sword aura was perfect, and every move was tyrannical and unparalleled real sword realm. This attack was no different from Li Wuji's wind and thunder blade. It was equivalent to an incomparably powerful innate weapon. Therefore, even though Li Wuji didn't see any weapons in Qin Wushuang's hands, he still felt as if he was being chased by thousands of swords. After losing an arm, Li Wuji's movements were obviously affected, making it even more inconvenient for him. Qin Wushuang's every move landed on him. Poochie, poochie. With a crisp cutting sound, Li Wuji's right arm was chopped off as well. Li Wuji let out a shrill howl and shouted hysterically, "Qin Wushuang, if you kill me, you will regret it." Regret? Qin Wushuang's tone had a hint of malevolence. When I, Qin Wushuang, do something, I never regret it. Only you are allowed to kill my entire family, and I cannot kill you. Tell me, is there such a logic in this world? Inwardly, Li Wuji complained incessantly as he knew that today's matter would not end easily. He shouted, "If you kill me, my teacher will not let it go. If you had angered my teacher, not to mention your Qin family, the entire subordinate country would suffer a calamity. My teacher will not stop until he kills millions of your people." Qin Wushuang said coldly, "Even if your teacher can kill 100 million people, don't even think about forcing me to let you go. Today, I will kill you like a dog. In the future, I will kill old man Ji-yin like a pig. If your Ji-yin sect wants to kill my entire family, then you deserve to die. Even if old man Ji-yin doesn't come, I will. I will kill all of you." When Li Wuji saw Qin Wushuang's almost crazy expression, he knew that this person's murderous intent had already been awakened and could not be changed. He would not be able to move him with his words. Eager to survive, he shouted loudly, "Your Excellency Martial Sage, you should know what kind of temper my master, Old Man Ji Yin, has. Hurry and ask Qin Wushuang to stop. Or else, don't blame me for not reminding you." The martial saint muttered to himself. He knew that Li Wuji was not bluffing. Being the head disciple of Old Man Ji Yin, if he were to die in the Bayou country, Old Man Ji Yin would indeed come to the Bayou to avenge him. By that time, without thinking, it would be an unprecedented bloody storm. When he thought here, he could not help but say, "Wushuang." Qin Wushuang had already made up his mind as he said in a clear voice, "Martial Saint, you don't need to persuade me." Then, he raised his voice, "Before the battle with Li Wuji, I already said it. This is the continuation of the grudge between me and the Redwood King. Now, it only extends to the Ji Yin sect. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Therefore, killing Li Wuji is a must." After he had finished, he sped up with both hands and moved his sword continuously. Each sword move was like a deadly bullet that hit the target and penetrated Li Wuji's vital points. Li Wuji screamed miserably. Instantly, thousands of holes appeared on his body as blood gushed out. He opened his eyes wide, and even in death, his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Apparently, he had died with extreme unwillingness. "Qin Wushuang, you will regret this." These were Li Wuji's last words. However, as a loser, these last words were only a pale and powerless joke. As soon as Li Wuji died, all the fog around him retreated. Once again, the entire martial arts arena became clear and bright. Under the bright sun, Li Wuji's body fell to the ground with thousands of holes. That insufferably arrogant upper sky realm warrior had died like this. Inwardly, most of the people felt a sense of regret at the impermanence of the world. What did an upper sky realm warrior not have? The power of the secular world, the pursuit of martial arts, they were all blessed by the heavens. Why did they have to take things too hard and participate in such boring battles? Why did they lose their lives in vain? When they thought about how an upper sky realm warrior had died earlier than them, a subtle feeling emerged in the hearts of those guests. The way everyone looked at Qin Wushuang had become completely different. The current Qin Wushuang was no longer that martial arts student who had won first place in the exam, nor was he some Marquis Wushuang. Instead, he was an upper sky realm warrior, one that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the martial saint. Qin Lianshan was overjoyed at this turn of events. He walked up and looked at the body on the ground with disbelief. He felt as if he was in a dream. This was too shocking, and it had tested their endurance. Ever since Li Wuji had appeared, Qin Lianshan had had an ominous premonition. He had been in a state of panic. He did not expect that the martial saint had arrived first, and then his son had dragged out the Redwood King and killed his 2 guards. Unexpectedly, the following scene was even more miraculous. His son had challenged that upper sky realm warrior and won like a dream. And his son was also an upper sky realm warrior. Everything had happened too suddenly. The great ups and downs had also caused his mood to rise and fall a few times. This fluctuation had made him feel as if his entire body was about to collapse. Those guests all came up to congratulate him. Their tone was full of respect for the upper sky realm warrior. Even if they were flattering him, it did not sound so unreal. After all, an upper sky realm warrior deserved all their praise. On the other hand, the martial saint was still calm. After all, this was not the first time he had seen such a scene. He smiled and greeted, "Wushuang." Qin Wushuang looked at this kind elder and said apologetically, "Martial saint, I did not listen to your advice and killed Li Wuji. Please forgive me." The martial saint laughed and did not seem to mind. He said seriously, "Wushuang, now, you are also an upper sky realm warrior. You don't need to call me senior or junior. My family name is Chiu. You can call me Brother Chiu or Big Brother Chiu, but you can't call me senior anymore. Don't say this and that. This is how it is between upper sky realm warriors. Also, you are now an upper sky realm warrior. You are qualified enough to do anything. You don't need to consider my feelings. Whether you killed Li Wuji or not, it is up to you. My advice to you is to consider my position. And with your personality, you would rather break than bend. You killed Li Wuji to maintain your strong aura. I can understand. The martial saint was so reasonable that it made Qin Wushuang blush with shame. He opened his mouth and was about to say something. But the martial saint waved his hand. Wushuang, don't be so polite. You killed Li Wuji, so he must have a lot of good things on him. These are all your spoils of war. There was an unwritten rule between Upper Sky Realm warriors. If one of them died after a great battle, then the things on him would be taken by the one who killed him. And an Upper Sky Realm warrior must have some good things on him. These things would cause a crazy fight for them in front of any warrior in the secular world. Not to mention other things, if Li Wuji's Upper Sky Battle Blade was given to a Stage 9 warrior of the genuine force, then other Stage 9 warriors would be killed for sure. This was the privilege of an Upper Sky Realm warrior. Even the most ordinary thing on him would be a rare treasure in the hands of a warrior in the secular world. Hearing the martial saint's words, Qin Wushuang didn't hold back. He opened Li Wuji's bag and found a few things as expected. There was a wind and thunder blade technique, a thunder palm of the sky mental cultivation method, and a simple Dan recipe. There were also a few unknown herbs. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were heavenly treasures that couldn't be compared to any herbs in the secular world. Apart from these things, Li Wuji's Upper Sky Battle Blade was naturally Qin Wushuang's. Although Qin Wushuang didn't use a blade, he didn't plan to give this Upper Sky item to anyone for the time being. After all, if this item fell into the hands of a warrior in the secular world, it would be like tying a bomb to him. It could explode at any time and bring disaster to himself. The martial saint was also very tactful and didn't ask Qin Wushuang what he got. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was very calm and gave him a rough explanation. The martial saint nodded. Li Wuji's Upper Sky Battle technique can't deal with you, so it shouldn't be of much value to you. However, Upper Sky Battle techniques are always valuable. You can keep it. In the future, you can exchange it for skills you need. As for the Dan recipe, haha. When the martial saint said this, his tone suddenly became extremely envious. That's a rare thing. Wushuang, I have a presumptuous request. Can you let me make a copy of this Dan recipe? What's so hard about it? Qin Wushuang didn't think it was a problem and agreed generously. The martial saint sighed inwardly. After all, this Qin Wushuang had just entered the Upper Sky Realm and didn't know many things. For your information, if this Dan recipe was given to other Upper Sky Realm experts, they wouldn't give it up even if they had to pay with their lives. The dragon and tiger body sculpting pellet could change one's body and remodel one's body to be able to bear 20% of the natural power. This was a necessary step to enter the middle stage from the initial stage of the spiritual martial force. Today at 5 p.m., I have finally fulfilled my promise. So tired, haha. But I'm very happy. I hope you will like it and let Li Tian feel your passion. If you like it, then vote for this book. During the monthly votes period for new books, each vote is very important. When will the next 5 chapters be? Haha, let me prepare a bit more. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 136. After the battle with Li Wuji, Qin Wushuang's gains were not as simple as the martial arts and Dan recipes he had acquired from Li Wuji. The biggest gain was the experience. Although it was only one battle with an Upper Sky, he had fully understood the mysteries of the battle between Upper Sky Realm experts. It was different from the battle between the Pre-Sky Realm experts, but it was the continuation of the battle between the Pre-Sky Realm experts. This battle had given Qin Wushuang a strong sense of confidence. It was a unique confidence that was different from any other time. This confidence came from winning against a powerful Upper Sky Realm opponent. After this battle, Qin Wushuang also understood how powerful an Upper Sky Realm warrior was. If he had not reached the Upper Sky Realm, what would the fate of the royal Qin family be? Even if the family had accumulated many Stage 9 genuine Force warriors, they would not be able to stop Li Wuji from slaughtering the entire family. One Upper Sky Realm warrior was better than 10 Stage 9 genuine Force warriors. With this understanding, Qin Wushuang pondered inwardly. In the entire royal Qin mansion, the one with the most hope to reach the Upper Sky Realm was naturally his brother-in-law, Da Shiming. Although his father had undergone a complete transformation with the classics of tendon changing, his talent was not as good as Da Shiming's. His body functions were also not as good as the young Da Shiming. If he had to nurture an Upper Sky Realm warrior, his brother-in-law would be the most suitable. However, this was only a plan. Currently, Da Shiming was only about to reach Stage 6 of the genuine Force. He was still far from the peak of Stage 9. Not to mention breaking through the shackles of Stage 9 to reach the Upper Sky Realm. This was a long-term plan. Once another Upper Sky Realm warrior appeared in the Qin family, he could go out and explore with more ease. The fate of the royal Qin family would not be in such a precarious situation. Killing Li Wuji had somewhat affected Qin Xiu and Da Shiming's wedding. However, the purple-robed great honored warrior clearly knew how to adjust the atmosphere. He called the killing of an Upper Sky Realm warrior as an auspicious omen. The guests all agreed. This time, everyone no longer had any hesitation and followed the royal Qin family wholeheartedly. Regardless of the Shimen feudal lords or the Nangong feudal lords, they had fully realized that the rise of the heavenly royal territory was inevitable. Currently, the Redwood King had led the wolf into the house and colluded with foreign enemies to deal with the Qin. Since he had become a prisoner of the Qin, he believed that the day of his death would not be far away. Two Upper Sky had witnessed the crime committed by the Redwood King. Most likely, even the Emperor of the Bayou could not ask for mercy. Besides, the Emperor of the Bayou country might not have a good impression of the ambitious Redwood King. Now that the Redwood King was captured, it might be to his advantage. The wedding was held as scheduled, and guests from all over the place offered their congratulations and generous gifts. For a moment, both the host and the guest were happy, as if nothing had happened. Although the guests were not used to the absence of the Redwood King's group, the nobles who had been bullied by the Redwood King in the past couldn't help but gloat and feel refreshed. The only flaw was that they couldn't disdain the Redwood King's face and hit him when he was down. After the wedding banquet ended, the guests began to leave. The martial saint called out to Qin Wushuang. Clearly, he had some doubts in his heart. Qin Wushuang knew that the martial saint must have something to say, and it just so happened that he also had a lot of questions to ask the martial saint. The two Upper Sky Realm warriors walked out of the Qin manor. The martial saint smiled. Let's find a remote place to walk around. I am afraid it would be inconvenient for us to walk on the street. Indeed, if two Upper Sky Realm warriors appeared together, it would be strange if they didn't cause a commotion. Qin Wushuang nodded. I have a place to go. As he spoke, he led the martial saint towards the Great Kang Mountain. When the martial saint stepped into the Great Kang Mountain, he was somewhat surprised as he asked, "Is this where you usually train?" "Yes, what do you think, senior brother Chiu?" Qin Wushuang was not pretentious. Since the martial saint had asked him to address him this way and stated that it was an unwritten rule among the Upper Sky Realm warriors, of course, he would not mind. The address was only a formality. Respect would not be measured by the address alone. The martial saint praised, "Nice, I didn't expect that this Great Kang Mountain would have its own charm. When I walked along the mountain road, I felt at home. It is not much different from my martial saint mountain. Haha, a place that is blessed by heroes, a place that is blessed by heroes." Qin Wushuang knew that the martial saint was praising him out of politeness and smiled. The martial saint pondered for a moment and finally asked, "Wushuang, I am really curious. How did you become an Upper Sky Realm warrior? That day at the martial saint mountain, I could clearly feel that you were only at Stage 9 of the genuine Force and there were no signs of Upper Sky Realm." The purple robe martial saint's understanding of the Upper Sky Realm was much further than yours. Why did you suddenly become an Upper Sky Realm warrior when he was hesitating? Qin Wushuang had already expected that the martial saint would ask this question. In fact, everyone probably had the same question in their minds. Qin Wushuang naturally would not tell him about the mysterious experience in the cave. After all, he had only walked around the cave once. There were too many unknown questions waiting for him to explore. He did not want to reveal this secret so early. Senior brother Chiu, to be honest, I also have some hindsight on how to enter the upper sky realm. A few days ago, I suddenly realized that my attack power had increased greatly. When I tried to attack from a distance, I could actually attack the flying bats 20 to 30 meters away. Only then did I realize. As for how to break through, I remember that one day when I was cultivating in the mountains, I suddenly experienced a dreamlike adventure. Immediately, he didn't conceal anything and described his experience in a simple manner. He didn't mention the 5-colored light, the cave within the precipitous cliff, or the suction force produced by the Earth's core. As for the location, he simply skipped over it. When the martial saint heard this, he did not have any doubts and only sighed. After a while, he said, "Wushuang, I guess that you should have spiritual roots. Or else, it would be impossible for you to suddenly awaken and enter the upper sky realm. If you did not have spiritual roots, you would have to go through the process of breaking through to the upper sky realm. No one could be an exception. Spiritual roots." Qin Wushuang was also surprised. This question would probably become an eternal mystery. Whether or not one had spiritual roots could only be tested before entering the upper sky realm. Now that he had entered the upper sky realm, naturally there was no way to test his spiritual roots and there was no need to test it. That's right, you have spiritual roots. There is no mistake about it. Warriors in the pre-sky realm must break through to enter the upper sky realm. And the special experience you mentioned was obviously not breaking through. The process of breaking through was very torturous and could be said to be extremely dangerous. The martial saint was very sure. Qin Wushuang did not care about the spiritual roots. He knew that the reason he could enter the upper sky realm was because of that special experience. Now that he thought about it, why did the 5-colored light suddenly shoot out? It should be because he was practicing the coagulated sword and triggered the sign of the upper sky realm, thus forming some kind of special resonance. This was only Qin Wushuang's guess. As for the specifics, it would probably be an eternal mystery. Brother Chiu, this way, entering the upper sky realm. Are there only 2 ways to go? There is absolutely no third way? Qin Wushuang asked thoughtfully. It's not 100% absolute. In the world of elite warriors, there are always some special encounters. For example, some kind of powerful external force. However, those were all too vague and illusory, and there was no reference value. Normally, it would be these 2. Legend has it that above the spiritual martial force, there are even more powerful and mysterious realms. Those who have reached those realms all have the ability to turn stone into gold. Think about it, if you were to receive the external force from those elite warriors, entering the upper sky realm would be as easy as blowing off dust. The martial saint smiled bitterly. Those are all mythical existences. In the upper sky realm, no one can use their own power to help others enter the upper sky realm. The only thing they can do is to shorten the time and reduce the risk of entering the upper sky realm. They can even avoid these risks and reduce the difficulty. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Wushuang's interest was greatly increased. It's very simple. For example, the dragon and tiger body sculpting pill you got from Li Wuji is an external force pill that can shorten the time, reduce the risk, and reduce the difficulty. The martial saint sighed. This is also why I want to make a copy. Using the external force of the pill to strengthen the body and reduce the time needed to train the body. So the body can quickly become strong and bear the power of nature. Qin Wushuang also understood after the martial saint's explanation. The martial saint nodded. That's right. For this dragon and tiger body sculpting pill, if an initial stage upper sky realm warrior could get one, it could reduce the time needed to train the body by 15 to 30 years. And when the body absorbs 20% of the natural power, its ability to withstand pressure would greatly increase. The stronger the body's endurance, the lower the risk of being eroded by the natural qi. This principle was not difficult to explain. The difficult part was how to get this type of upper sky pill. Regardless of whether it was the pill recipe, the technique of alchemy, or the materials for alchemy, Every single one of them could be said to be extremely difficult to find. Being the head disciple of Old Man Ji Yin, Li Wuji had not collected all the materials for making the pill. The materials he had collected were all auxiliary raw materials. He lacked the main materials to make the dragon and tiger body sculpting pill. Senior brother Chiu, then if a pre-sky realm warrior wants to break into the initial stage, can this dragon and tiger body sculpting pill be used? The martial saint immediately shook his head with a serious tone. Absolutely not. In the upper sky realm, each level has a strict division. This dragon and tiger body sculpting pill is only suitable for an initial stage upper sky realm warrior. Indeed, it is made for them. It would also be useless for a middle stage warrior as the effect would not be enough. If a stage 9 pre-sky realm warrior were to take it, the effect would be too tyrannical. I am afraid that their blood would boil and their meridians would explode and they would die. This way, if a pre-sky realm warrior wants to break into the upper sky realm, they must use other pills to make up for it. Of course, only that level of pill formula is also hard to find. When it comes to the upper sky realm, everything is precious. Especially in our Bayou country, where the spiritual qi is weak and we do not have enough spiritual materials. The chances of making the body sculpting pill or upper sky initial stage pill is next to nothing. Or else, our Bayou country would not have only had one upper sky realm warrior for a few hundred years. Hearing the words of the martial saint, Qin Wushuang was somewhat disappointed. However, he did not feel hopeless. At least, in terms of the general direction, he had already grasped some basic knowledge of the upper sky realm. These were all precious treasures. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 137. The martial saint had mentioned that the most suitable pills for pre-sky realm warriors to enter the upper sky initial stage were the golden body pill and the upper sky initial stage pill. Although the recipes for these pills were hard to find and the raw materials were hard to collect, they would not be more difficult than the dragon and tiger body sculpting pill. It did not matter that the Bayou country was located in a remote place with weak spiritual qi and insufficient spiritual materials. In the future, he would not just wander around the tiny Bayou country. Qin Wushuang had a higher ambition and a further goal. The Bayou country was only a starting point. At the Jiyin mountain, Old Man Ji Yin lightly breathed in and out. He lowered his palm and slowly withdrew his power. A day's worth of cultivation homework was about to come to an end. He had been practicing this Yin Gui Fiend heart palm for many years. This evil technique was very powerful, and it consumed a lot of blood and qi during cultivation. It required the continuous replenishment of the blood of virgins from every day of the year to ensure that the blood and qi in the body would not dry up. Over the years, his disciples and their family members had sent countless innocent girls from all the subordinate countries of the Great Luo Empire. They had all been used by Old Man Ji Yin and had their primordial yin sucked dry. The number was no less than 500. Just the Redwood Mansion in the Bayou country had already provided 200. It was apparent how vicious Old Man Ji Yin was. After the day's training, Old Man Ji Yin glanced around the cave. 7 jade tokens were placed in front of him. Suddenly, Old Man Ji Yin frowned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the first jade plate in disbelief. Instantly, his face turned cold and the muscles on his face twitched. Instantly, his expression became extremely ferocious. How could this be? Old Man Ji Yin looked at that broken jade plate in disbelief. These 7 jade tokens belonged to the 7 Xiantian realm disciples under him. He had extracted the upper sky qi of each upper sky disciple and injected it into this jade plate. Seeing the jade plate was the same as seeing the disciple. Unless the owner of the jade plate had died, the jade plate would never change. At this moment, the first jade pendant was completely shattered. The first jade plate corresponded to his head disciple, Li Wuji. He was also his most valued and most proud disciple. Usually, he would send him to solve any problems. And now, Li Wuji's jade plate had shattered. In other words, Li Wuji was no longer alive. Old Man Ji Yin felt a sharp pain in his chest. His eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. He caressed the broken jade tablet with great care. The muscles on his face twitched even more violently. His head disciple, Li Wuji, had received his Ji-Yin command plate and went to the Bayou country. Logically, in a place like the Bayou country, any upper sky disciple could do whatever they wanted. Even the martial saint of the Bayou would not be able to stop him before the Ji-Yin commanding plate. This time, he had sent out his eldest disciple, Li Wuji, who was the strongest, the most ruthless, and the most efficient. Originally, he had the intention of ending the battle quickly and returning quickly. Who would have thought that Li Wuji's departure would be an eternal farewell? In this little Bayou country, someone had killed Li Wuji. Old man Ji-Yin didn't believe it. Even that martial saint was only an initial stage warrior. At most, he was on par with Li Wuji. If the conditions were good and he had enough momentum, Li Wuji's thunderous wind saber had a chance to cut off his opponent's head. Even if he couldn't do it, at least he wouldn't lose. But why didn't Li Wuji return? Who had killed Li Wuji? Although old man Ji-Yin was enraged, he did not lose his sense of propriety. He had always been a cautious person. Since he had founded the Ji-Yin sect, naturally, he would not rely on strength to stand tall in the great Luo Empire. For sure, the person who had killed Li Wuji would not be simple. It would be better if it was a freelance upper sky martial artist. However, if he had encountered a powerful disciple of a sect, or even an elite warrior at the Grandmaster stage, it would be troublesome to seek revenge. At the moment, although revenge was important, the first thing he had to do was to investigate how Li Wuji had died. Anger filled old man Ji-Yin's eyes. He Yutian, if it weren't for you, how could I have lost my most beloved head disciple? With your talent, if it weren't for your father being a marquis with vast resources, I wouldn't even bother with you. Since Li Wuji died because of your Redwood Mansion, no matter what, the Redwood Mansion is one of the indirect accomplices of Li Wuji. When he thought here, a wave of rich murderous intent emerged from old man Ji-Yin's face. He stood up and walked out of the cave. After sensing for a bit, he found out where He Yutian was. At this moment, He Yutian was in the secret library of the Ji-Yin sect, searching for a recipe to refine the golden body pellet. Suddenly, the door of the secret library opened. A gust of cold wind blew in, causing the pages of the books to fly in all directions. He Yutian only felt a chill. He turned his head and cried out involuntarily, "Master." Old man Ji-Yin was expressionless as he asked indifferently, "What are you doing here?" Seeing his master's indifference, He Yutian felt his scalp tingle. He replied, "Disciple is not cultivating, so I want to find a few books to read and enrich myself." Very good. However, no matter how much you enrich yourself, it will be in vain. Old man Ji-Yin's tone was cold. "Master, you?" He Yutian thought his master was joking and could not help but be stunned. "Come out." Old man Ji-Yin swung his sleeve and walked out. Arriving at the lawn outside, He Yutian was trembling with fear and trepidation. His heart was like 15 buckets, going up and down. How could he not hear that his master's tone was completely different than usual? Only, he could not figure out why his master was unhappy. "Master," he called out carefully. Old man Ji-Yin did not turn his head and asked with an indifferent tone, "In your Bayou country, besides that upper sky from the martial Saint Mountain, what other elite warriors do you have?" "Master, in the past 100 years, there was only one upper sky warrior. Besides them, not to mention the upper sky, even those with the potential have not shown themselves." "Master, you know about the Bayou country, that tiny place. Even one upper sky is not enough. Then around the Bayou country, are there any more powerful upper sky than that one?" After a moment of thinking, He Yutian replied, "Around the Bayou country, most of them are middle-ranking subordinate countries. Each country has a martial saint, but their strength is about the same. They are all initial stage warriors, and none of them have the strength of a middle stage warrior. With their potential and lifespan, it's impossible for them to break into the middle stage." Old man Ji-Yin nodded. "That's strange." "Strange? Master, what's strange?" Vividly, He Yutian had an ominous feeling. "You don't need to know. He Yutian, in your Redwood Mansion, How many people do you have? Suddenly, old man Ji Yin changed his tone and asked strangely. Master, in my Redwood royal family, adding up all the direct descendants, there are at least 500 or 600 people. Although He Yutian felt this question was strange, he did not dare to not answer truthfully. 500 or 600 people? Old man Ji Yin shook his head. Not enough, not enough. Then, how many trusted servants do you have in your Redwood mansion? There are 3,000 armored soldiers guarding the mansion. As for the internal guards, there are not many. However, each of them is an elite warrior. There are about 200 of them. Too few, too few. The 3,000 armored soldiers are not related to your Redwood mansion. Counting the 500 or 600 disciples of the He family, and 200 trusted guards, it's only 700 or 800 people. When he said here, the tone of old man Ji Yin became colder. Master, why are you counting this number? Inwardly, He Yutian was nervous. If I want to take their heads, of course I have to count them, right? What? He Yutian turned pale with fright and said stutteringly, Master, are you joking with me? Joking? Old man Ji Yin's face turned cold. He suddenly turned around and stared coldly at He Yutian. He shouted, Joking? Do you think a piece of trash like you is qualified for me to joke with you? For the Redwood Mansion, thousands of lives must be sacrificed. Otherwise, it will be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. How can I pay tribute to Li Wuji's soul in heaven? Eldest martial brother is dead. He Yutian cried bitterly in his heart. Only now did he know the cause of this lawsuit. Eldest martial brother was dead. No wonder his master asked so many strange questions just now. An unexpected calamity. This was definitely an unexpected calamity. Because of the death of eldest martial brother, his master was angry and wanted to kill the people of the Redwood Mansion to get rid of the hatred in his heart. He Yutian knew that old man Ji Yin was temperamental, but he valued the 7 Xiantian realm disciples more than anything else. He was an extremely protective person. Now that Li Wuji had died, it was normal for him to vent his anger on the Redwood Mansion. The situation was not good. He Yutian knew that in the next moment, old man Ji Yin would kill him. Suddenly, he had an idea and laughed wantonly. What are you laughing at? Old man Ji Yin frowned. I'm laughing at the pitiful and laughable Redwood Mansion. For so many years, we have been loyal to you and worked hard for you without complaint. Even if we didn't make any contributions, we still worked hard. But now, we are being implicated for no reason. Li Wuji is dead. It must be because he met someone stronger than him. What does it have to do with the Redwood Mansion? Even if it's because you went to solve the problem of the Redwood Mansion, isn't the cause of that problem also related to you? What's the difference between you killing the Redwood Mansion and slapping yourself in the face? He Yutian knew that today's matter was unsalvageable. His years of hard work had all gone down the drain. He could not help but feel sorrowful and regretful. He remembered how old man Ji Yin had ignored him and how he had tried his best to curry favor with him. In the end, he had received such a result. How could he not feel sorrowful and angry? Old man Ji Yin sneered, no matter how eloquent you are, you will not escape from today's disaster. The Redwood Mansion did not do their job well and caused this tragedy. If I don't destroy the Redwood Mansion, how can I have peace of mind? How can I continue to practice the supreme evil techniques? Destroying the Redwood Mansion will start with you. He Yutian took a few steps back and suddenly said, Ji Yin, it doesn't matter if you kill me. There is a shocking secret in the Bayou country. You will not learn it. In a moment of desperation, He Yutian had made it up. However, in old man Ji Yin's ears, it sounded as if it was true. It was because Li Wuji had just died in the Bayou country. Without a doubt, the fact that there were secrets in the Bayou country had hit the bottom of his heart. Secret. Old man Ji Yin frowned. P.S. Today, I am extremely depressed. The power has been cut off since this morning. Fortunately, I had used the remaining power in my laptop to write 2 chapters. Or else, today's update would have been affected. Today, for sure, there will be 4 chapters. Most likely, the power will still be cut off tomorrow. Thus, The update plan will be the same as today. If the power does not stop tomorrow, then the update will be the same as before. At noon, I will update one chapter earlier. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Today, Li Tian is also like an ant on a hot pan. It's torturous. I am afraid that he will not come tonight. Then, I would be depressed to the point of collapse. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 138. He Yutian kept thinking. He knew that his life was already in the hands of old man Ji Yin. Whether he could escape this disaster or not, it all depended on whether this tongue could blossom into a lotus flower. Suddenly, old man Ji Yin laughed evilly and a trace of mockery emerged from the corner of his mouth. From his observation, most likely, this He Yutian was playing trick. It was better to believe it than to not believe it. Old man Ji Yin pointed with his finger and knocked He Yutian down. Then, he said with a sinister voice, "Regardless of the secret, people of the Redwood King must die. As for you, I will let you live for a few days. When I return from the Bayou country, it will not be too late to take care of you. If I find out that you lied to me, for sure, you will suffer, ha ha." After he had finished, he picked up He Yutian and threw him into the cave. Then, he sent out his voice, "People of the Ji Yin sect, listen well, I am going out. Guard the mountain gate, I will be back soon." After he had finished speaking, old man Ji Yin's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace like a ghost. In the imperial capital of the Bayou country, inside the royal palace, the emperor of the Bayou country was feeling somewhat tormented. Everything that had happened at the heavenly royal mansion had already reached his ears. The Redwood King had colluded with foreign forces and tried to deal with the royal Qin family of the heavenly royal territory. If it was only a conflict between the royal families, of course, he could step out to mediate. However, the Redwood King had colluded with foreign enemies, especially those from the mother country. This was a taboo matter. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he could not do so. After all, from the information he had gathered, it was the martial saint that had taken down the Redwood King. And Marquis Wushuang of the Royal Qin was also an upper sky realm warrior. These two reasons had allowed him, the emperor, to understand his situation and the importance of the matter. It was not that he could not speak, but the effect would be great if he did. Basically, he knew that it would not have any effect. Any of the two upper sky realm warriors could ignore him, the emperor. Besides, the two upper sky realm warriors held the same position. Most importantly, the Redwood King had colluded with foreign enemies and led the wolf into the house. He deserved the death penalty. Frankly speaking, the Redwood King's arrogance and ambition for the past few years had caused the imperial family to lose their cool. Now that something like this had happened, His Majesty was 70% happy and 30% worried. He was happy that the Redwood King, who was a thorn in their flesh, had finally been pulled out by someone. What he was worried about was that the new royal Qin family had a flourishing momentum and made him, the emperor, feel somewhat uneasy. The martial saint's intention was very clear. The Redwood King's entire family must be exterminated. Only then would they be able to intimidate those forces that were trying to collude with the outside world and lead the wolf into the house. The execution of the whole family was a very cruel punishment. His Majesty didn't think there was anything wrong with this. However, when the butcher's knife went down, the people who were killed were all descendants of his surname. If this continued, it wouldn't look good for his reputation as an emperor. Therefore, His Majesty's train of thought was clear. He absolutely could not show any signs of soft-heartedness or any intention to plead for leniency. Otherwise, other than asking for a rebuff, it would show that he, the emperor, was weak in terms of decision-making power. On the contrary, if he maintained a tough stance from beginning to end and insisted on strictly investigating the Redwood King's family's responsibility, it would appear that he was on the same side as the two upper sky realm warriors. This way, everything would appear harmonious. His reputation as the emperor would be preserved. The next day, as soon as the emperor spoke, the Redwood King's entire family would be arrested and executed. Qin Wushuang would never let go of the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. For someone like the Redwood King, if he wanted to kill him, he must kill him thoroughly. He must not allow him to have any hope of turning the tables. And exterminating his entire family would be the most thorough method. However, how did the Redwood King manage to invite people from the Ji-Yin sect? The Ji-Yin sect was a sect from the Great Luo Empire, the mother country. It was not something that the Redwood King could curry favor with by sending a few young girls. Certainly, there must be someone who pulled the strings to build the bridge. This person who pulled the strings was very important. According to Qin Wushuang's speculation, it must be related to the Redwood King. If he did not get rid of this person, for sure, he would be a disaster in the future. On this day, Qin Wushuang was returning from the Great Kang Mountains. A servant ran out and yelled, "Young master, a few guests want to see you. They have been here for a while." Guests? Yes, I asked them where the guests came from, but they refused to tell me. They would only tell you when they see you. Is the Marquis not here? The Marquis is entertaining them, but they only want to see you. Qin Wushuang nodded. Okay, I know. You can go now. Who could it be that wants to see me? Within the Bayou country, no one would be so ignorant. As long as they saw me, they would not even give face to my father. While Qin Wushuang was thinking, his footsteps remained steady and he was not in a rush. When he arrived at the living room, he already heard 4 breathing sounds. One of them came from his father, and the other 3 were guests. And they should not be familiar guests. When the guests inside saw Qin Wushuang, they were overjoyed. One of them was a stout man in his 50s. The other 2 people were standing on both sides of that stout man. Apparently, they were his left and right arms. When he saw Qin Wushuang, the fat on that stout man's face trembled. He stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Young hero, you have an imposing appearance. I think you must be Marquis Wushuang from the Bayou country?" "I wouldn't dare, that's me." There was a saying that one would not hit a smiling person. Although Qin Wushuang was not used to the hospitality of strangers, he was not that ignorant. Especially since they were visiting him, he should show some of the demeanor and bearing of a royal. TSK, indeed, you are a peerless national scholar." That stout man only smiled wholeheartedly and kept praising him. It was just that the fat on his face made his smile look somewhat comical, and his sincerity was somewhat affected. "I wonder where you 3 are from." Qin Wushuang took a cup of tea from a servant. He took a sip and asked lightly. That stout man was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he looked around and said, "Indeed, this Qin house is a good place to nurture talents. Only, this royal mansion is still too shabby for a young hero like Marquis Wushuang. The royal family of the Bayou country is too stingy. They treat a young hero like this." Qin Wushuang was stunned. From their tone, could it be that these 3 were not from the Bayou country? Inwardly, Qin Lianshan was also moved. He looked at these 3 and did not speak. Suddenly, that stout man laughed. "Marquis Wushuang should have heard that I am not from the Bayou country. I am not even from any of the subordinate countries under the Great Luo Empire. This time, I have come to visit on behalf of the Heavenly Lake Empire to invite Marquis Wushuang." "Invite?" Qin Wushuang raised his eyebrow and was somewhat confused. "That's right, it's an invitation," the stout man said with a fanatical tone. "If Marquis Wushuang is willing to come to the Heavenly Lake Empire, not to mention being a king with a different surname, it would not be a problem to give you a subordinate country. Everything would be much better than the Bayou country." Heavenly Lake Empire? Both Qin Wushuang and Qin Lianshan knew that the Heavenly Lake Empire and the Great Luo Empire had always been enemies. Both of them were one of the 9 middle-ranking empires in the Tianxian land. Both sides had fought for territory and resources countless times. A few hundred years ago, these 2 great empires had started a war with hundreds of upper sky warriors because of the ownership of a mountain. What kind of situation would a battle between hundreds of upper sky warriors look like? Of course, Qin Wushuang did not have the time to look back at the history. When he faced this stout man's passionate eyes and fanatical tone, Qin Wushuang felt that the seemingly generous promise from the Heavenly Lake Empire might not be as sweet as the legend said. When he saw Qin Wushuang did not speak, that stout man continued to instigate him. Marquis Wushuang, in the end, the Bayou country is only a subordinate country. Regardless of your strength and potential, you are only an upper sky warrior from a subordinate country. This stage will never be your final destination. If you join the Heavenly Lake Empire, you will face a completely different stage. Your value will be displayed perfectly, and your potential will be developed to the greatest extent. The stout man waved his hand, and one of his subordinates handed him a scroll. The stout man opened it generously, and it was a map of the Heavenly Lake Empire. Look, Marquis Wushuang, our emperor has promised this himself. As long as you say the word, you can pick any subordinate country. As long as you pick it. From now on, this subordinate country will be your private territory, and the hundreds of millions of people will be your people. And in the Heavenly Lake Empire, you will have the opportunity to enjoy the best conditions and the best resources. You will never have all of this in the Bayou country. Qin Wushuang allowed him to speak to his heart's content. Finally, he smiled lightly and did not even look at that map. Instead, he suddenly asked, "Mister, I have a question, and I would like to ask you." "What question? Please ask." "I want to know, when a person dies, how big is the burial place?" Hey! Why would Marquis Wushuang ask this question? This question varies from person to person. If it was a civilian, it would be the size of a straw mat. You can just dig a hole and bury him. If it was a royal, it would not be impossible to build an underground tomb like a maze. Yes, then regardless of the size of the underground tomb, a town should be enough, right? That stout man smiled apologetically. Of course, it would be enough. I am afraid it would not be enough to bury such a big place. Qin Wushuang nodded. Just as you said, I am afraid it would not be that big. Then, regardless of how big the Heavenly Lake Empire is, or how big the Promised Territory is, to me personally, what meaning would it have? I only heard that even the bones need a place to be buried. The Qin family has lived in Eastwood Town for generations. Regardless of life or death, we are attached to this piece of land. It is difficult to move. Thus, although the things you have promised are wonderful, it is not what the Qin family wants. That stout man was stunned. Apparently, he did not expect that his eloquent words were not attractive in the eyes of the other party. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 139. Marquis Wushuang, are those promises not enough? It doesn't matter, you can tell me what you think. As long as the conditions are suitable, I can accept it on behalf of my emperor, the stout man said with a face full of eagerness. Qin Wushuang shook his head resolutely. Sorry, mister, I am not interested in your offer, and I don't plan to bargain on this issue. The Qin family was born at the foot of the Great Kang Mountains, and we are buried deep inside the Great Kang Mountains. Other places are good, but they are not the Qin family's territory. That stout man had never expected that Qin Wushuang would be so stubborn. A young man who was not moved by such a great temptation, how terrifying was his shrewdness. That stout man's expression was uncertain as his mood became complicated. Before he left, he had received instructions that he must recruit such talent to the Heavenly Lake Empire at all costs. If he could recruit such talent, firstly, it would be a beneficial supplement, and secondly, it would be a blow to the great Luo Empire. Once he failed to recruit him, he must seize the opportunity to eliminate such a person with potential and kill him in the cradle of his growth. Only this way, he could avoid becoming a great threat to the Heavenly Lake Empire in the future. Only, with his strength, it would be a fool's dream to kill an upper sky warrior. Thus, this plan to eliminate him could not be carried out. If that was the case, he could only continue to follow the path of recruiting him. The Heavenly Lake Empire and the Great Luo Empire were enemies. In each other's countries, they had hidden countless spies and informants to collect information for their own countries. This stout man was one of the spies from the Heavenly Lake Empire. This time, he had walked out from the dark because the Heavenly Lake Empire had decided to give it their all. If they could recruit Qin Wushuang to the Heavenly Lake Empire, it would be worth it even if they had to lose this informant. Marquis Wushuang, I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would have such a strong sense of place. This matter is somewhat rushed. How about this? I will put it here. If you change your mind, or if you feel wronged in the Great Luo, you can go to the Heavenly Lake Empire. All the promises will be in effect. For the convenience of communication, please accept this Heavenly Lake National Scholar Command Plate. With this plate, you are a national scholar of the Heavenly Lake Empire, and you will enjoy the treatment of a national scholar. After saying that, he took out an exquisite and simple jade token and placed it on the table. Suddenly, he said, I heard that a pre-celestial master came to the prince's mansion to cause trouble. It is said that he is a disciple of the Great Luo Empire's Ji Yin sect. That old man Ji Yin's character is eccentric. He is very protective of his own people. Since his head disciple had died in the Bayou country, he believed that in less than half a month, he would come to the Bayou. It was also not easy to deal with. Thus, I would advise Marquis Wushuang to think twice. Qin Wushuang knew that in the end, he still wanted him to go to the Heavenly Lake Empire. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. For sure, he had appreciated Qin Wushuang. However, a dignified middle-ranking empire would definitely not fall short of Qin Wushuang. Promising him such great benefits and asking him to join the Heavenly Lake Empire, it was definitely not as simple as his potential. Qin Wushuang's lack of interest in worldly fame and power was, of course, one of the reasons for his refusal. His reluctance to part with the mystical land of the Great Kang Mountains was, of course, another reason. However, the most important thing was that he was not hot-headed to that extent. He knew that behind this great benefit, there would be a big problem. In this world, there would not be a free lunch with only benefits and no conditions. Taking a step back, even if he was hot-headed and tempted by that great benefit. If he truly went to the Heavenly Lake Empire, he would not be familiar with the place and would have no foundation. How could he gain a foothold in this vast territory? What would he use to gain a foothold? Using the upper sky? In a middle-ranking empire, although there were not many upper sky warriors, they would not be a rare race. And abandoning the Bayou country would mean betraying the Great Luo Empire and all the history and traditions of the Qin family. What he would lose would be the foundation that the Qin family already had. Although these foundations were not strong, after all, they were deeply rooted at the foot of the Great Kang Mountains. Even a slight movement would cause serious damage, not to mention moving everything away. In the Tianqian continent, betraying one's country could be said to be the most serious and most despised crime. Whoever betrayed the country to gain a position would not have a good reputation. Wherever he went, he must be mentally prepared to be looked at with strange eyes. Overall, although the benefits promised by the Heavenly Lake Empire were beautiful, this beauty was like a poisonous flower with thorns. The more beautiful it was, the more dangerous it would be. Qin Wushuang knew clearly that the most important thing for him now was not to pursue these worldly power, but to focus on the pursuit of martial arts. He could not relax at any moment. Of course, part of the other party's words were worth thinking about. For example, the Ji Yin sect and Old Man Ji Yin. The martial saint and this lobbyist from the Heavenly Lake Empire had all mentioned that Old Man Ji Yin had a surly personality and was the most protective. Thus, it would be a headache to deal with this Old Man Ji Yin. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang said, Mister, it seems that you are very clear about the movements in the Great Luo Empire. If that's the case, I will not keep you three. Starting from now, my royal Qin mansion will be under martial law. To prevent Old Man Ji Yin from invading, Qin Wushuang made up his mind and ordered the guests to leave. That stout man shook his head with a bitter smile. Marquis Wushuang, if you insist on doing things your own way, I am afraid that your hard-earned foundation will be destroyed. How could you defend against that Old Man Ji Yin with your martial law? The strength of a middle-stage warrior is far beyond what an initial-stage warrior like you can defend against. Even if you join hands with the martial saint from the Bayou country, I promise that you guys would not be able to deal with Old Man Ji Yin for more than 3 moves. Although it was the truth, Qin Wushuang felt uncomfortable when he heard it. He said coldly, You don't need to worry about this. That stout man sighed. Too bad, too bad. Just when Qin Wushuang was about to speak, suddenly, a leisurely voice came from outside the door. There is nothing to feel sorry about, what is it? As soon as he said these words, Qin Wushuang was also moved inwardly. Upper sky. Upper sky presence. He could actually sense a trace of strong Xiantian aura from the person's tone and the trajectory of the sound waves. Although this upper sky presence was also at the initial stage like him, it was also rich and powerful with an exuberant life force. A trace of coldness flashed across that stout man's eyes as a trace of viper-like light flashed across his eyes. He looked outside the door with caution. One of them appeared to be about 30 years old. He wore a clean long robe that was spotless. Although her face looked a little travel-worn, her clothes were clean and neat, and she looked smart and neat. It was impossible to tell that she was someone who was in a hurry. When this person stood there, he gave people a sense of profoundness like a deep pool. Even Qin Wushuang could not help but feel some admiration for this person. He could judge that regardless of the upper sky stage or strength, this person was at least 2 or 3 levels ahead of Li Wuji, who was also at the initial stage. In total, the spiritual martial force was divided into 4 stages: initial stage, middle stage, advanced stage, and the perfect stage. However, if one were to break it down, one would not know how many small stages there were in each stage. Each of these small stages was like a chasm. Separated by layers of power, it was impossible to break it down. He could only make some simple and direct comparisons. However, an upper sky realm warrior had some understanding of the details. Thus, Qin Wushuang judged that this person was more powerful than Li Wuji. It was not a random thought. When that stout man saw this person, clearly, he was also somewhat fearful. He said with a fake smile, "Since an important guest has arrived, I will not disturb you any longer and will leave first." After he had finished, he turned around and was about to leave with his 2 guards. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "Hold on." That stout man was overjoyed as he thought that Qin Wushuang had changed his mind. He immediately looked back. Qin Wushuang rolled up his sleeves and a strong wind rolled up that Heavenly Lake National Scholar badge on the table. It drew a beautiful arc across the sky and shot over. "Take this with you." That stout man's expression was somewhat awkward as he grabbed it and put it in his sleeve. His entire body trembled from that remaining power and his entire shoulder was numb to the point that he could not move. He forced a smile. "Okay, I will leave now." Just as he was about to walk out of the door, that guest stood at the door like a statue and stared at this stout man. "Mister, please make way." How could the stout man not see that this person was blocking his way on purpose? However, his mind was in a mess and he only wanted to leave immediately. "Are you a lobbyist for the Heavenly Lake Empire?" That guest said lightly. "Hey, I am not a lobbyist. I just admire Marquis Wushuang a lot." "Really? Then what do you think of me?" A strange smile appeared on the corner of that guest's mouth. "You?" "Yes, if you can, why don't you introduce me to you?" With such excellent conditions, Marquis Wushuang was not tempted, but I am. That stout man looked at this uninvited guest in surprise. Apparently, he could not figure out what he meant. However, he was very clear about his upper sky presence. "What, is there a problem?" That guest frowned. "Haha, don't joke around. With your strength, you should have already become famous. Why are you making fun of me?" "Making fun?" That person's tone suddenly turned serious and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. "You also know that this is making fun. Then, do you know which country you are stepping on?" "You." Finally, the stout man realized that the other party did not come with good intentions. A spy from the Heavenly Lake Empire dares to poach from a subordinate country of the Great Luo Empire. "Do you think it is necessary for you to leave today? Do you think it is possible for you to leave?" The stout man was shocked and gave a signal to the 2 guards on his left and right. However, his body bounced out of the door like a rubber ball. That guest only sneered and did not stop him. Instead, he allowed his meatball-like body to bounce out. After a moment, he stomped on the ground and chased after him as if he had disappeared from his original spot. "Marquis Wushuang, I am a guest from afar and do not want to kill people in your mansion. Allow me to go out and kill this bastard. I will visit you later." Qin Wushuang's heart moved. Inwardly, he was shocked and suspicious as he thought, another upper sky, who is this person? Could he be from the higher-ups of the Great Luo Empire? P.S. Due to special reasons, today's update is late. Hopefully, there will be no blackout tomorrow, haha. Brothers, let's stop here for tonight. I believe that everyone can see that Qin Wushuang is about to step out of the Bayou country and onto a bigger stage. Let's not talk too much. Today, because of the blackout, the update is affected and I don't have many monthly votes. So, please send me a few. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 140. This accident did not bring any confusion to the Qin family. Qin Wushuang's choice had also received Qin Lianshan's support. Qin Lianshan had much deeper feelings for the land of Eastwood Town than Qin Wushuang. After all, he was born and raised here. Now, he was almost 50 years old. His attachment to this place was not something a young man like Qin Wushuang could compare with. As for those temptations, Qin Lianshan knew how to weigh them. He could also understand the reasoning that Qin Wushuang had thought of. Not to mention that his son was already an upper sky. For sure, the future of the Qin family would be bright. Why would they give up what was near and seek what was far away and covet the riches of the Heavenly Lake Empire? Along the way, Qin Wushuang knocked down the 2 guards of that stout man. Then, he called out to his father and rushed outside. As soon as he walked out of the door, that guest from before had already returned with a smile. He was that lobbyist from the Heavenly Lake Empire. Marquis Wushuang, I came in a hurry, please forgive me. Ha. That guest spoke first with magnanimity. No need to be so courteous. You are a guest from afar, please sit inside. That person did not hold back and walked in. As the host and guest sat down, that person knew how to adjust the atmosphere as he introduced himself. My surname is Liu, and I come from the Great Luo Empire. Marquis Wushuang, you can call me Emissary Liu. Emissary Liu? Yes, Marquis Wushuang, indeed, heroes come from the young. Not only do you have outstanding strength and astonishing talent, you are also young and calm. You are not moved by wealth and glory. The Heavenly Lake Empire was so despicable. Fortunately, Marquis Wushuang was not tricked by him. What the Heavenly Lake Empire promised you, how could the Great Luo not provide? Marquis Wushuang, to tell you the truth, I am here under the orders of the 5 palace masters to invite you to the Stargaze Palace. Stargaze Palace? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was shocked. He had heard of the Stargaze Palace before. He knew that it was the #1 powerhouse in the Great Luo Empire. It was the same as the Zhenwu holy place in the Bayou country. Absolute authority would not allow anyone to question it. Marquis Wushuang, are you interested? Emissary Liu asked with a smile. Qin Wushuang had no reason to refuse the invitation from the Stargaze Palace. Envoy Liu, may I know why the 5 great palace lords want me to be a guest? Emissary Liu laughed, don't you know? In this martial arts student exam, your result was outstanding. You had suppressed all martial arts students within the Great Luo Empire. Even the 5 palace masters were shocked by you. I'm afraid that the reason he invited you is because he wants to see the new genius of our Great Luo Empire. I don't deserve to be called a genius. Qin Wushuang pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, may I ask Emissary Liu, what is the status of the Ji-Yin sect in the Great Luo Empire? Ji-Yin sect? Emissary Liu was stunned. Please enlighten me, Emissary Liu, Qin Wushuang said in a serious tone. The Ji-Yin sect is at best a second-rate sect. However, old man Ji-Yin was extremely difficult to deal with. Thus, many sects with decent strength were unwilling to incur his wrath. Over time, the Ji-Yin sect became very famous. Emissary Liu explained patiently. Then, he asked again, why did Marquis Wushuang suddenly ask about the Ji-Yin sect? Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh. Emissary Liu, did you not hear the rumors along the way? I was focused on nothing and did not hear anything. What? Could it be that old man Ji Yin had tried to rope in Marquis Wushuang? Or did he threaten you? If that's the case, it would be easier. The Ji Yin sect had colluded with the Redwood Mansion in the Bayou country. Because I had unintentionally ruined their plan, old man Ji Yin had sent his head disciple, Li Wuji, to slaughter the entire Qin family. Now, I had already killed that Li Wuji. I think that old man Ji Yin would come to cause trouble in the next step. With a solemn expression, Emissary Liu thought for a moment and nodded. Old man Ji Yin has an eccentric personality. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you had killed Li Wuji, for sure, he would come. Indeed, Marquis Wushuang is exceptional. At such a young age, even Li Wuji, a famous upper sky warrior, had died at your hands. You are not simple. This is a matter of great importance. I must contact the 5 palace masters of the Stargaze Palace immediately and ask them to make a decision. Old man Ji Yin has an eccentric personality. Unless the 5 palace masters step out, I am afraid that no one in the Great Luo could stop him. There was a trace of fear in Emissary Liu's tone. Although Emissary Liu was a palace emissary of the Stargaze Palace, he was only at the initial stage of the spiritual martial force. Although he was slightly more powerful than Li Wuji, compared to an old devil like old man Ji Yin, he was far inferior. Qin Wushuang himself was not afraid of old man Ji Yin. He was more worried about the fate of the entire Qin family. After all, besides him, the other people of the Qin had no chance to deal with an upper sky warrior. However, he did not regret killing that Li Wuji. After all, regardless of whether he had killed Li Wuji, with old man Ji Yin's personality, he would not let it go. He had sent Li Wuji to slaughter the entire Qin family. To such people, Qin Wushuang would never show mercy. Marquis Wushuang, don't worry. Although you and I are not old man Ji Yin's opponent, I think he would not dare to not give face to the Stargaze Palace. Unless he did not want to live, or else, he would not dare to go against the will of the Stargaze Palace. This way, after I have sent out the message, I will stay here for a while and negotiate with that old man Ji Yin when he comes. If he knows what's good for him, we will let this matter go. If not, you and me, plus the martial saint of the Bayou country, we will be able to deal with him 3 against 1. This was the only feasible way at the moment. Only, this way, the Stargaze Palace would owe him a favor. With a bitter smile, Qin Wushuang ordered his subordinates to take care of Emissary Liu. Emissary Liu was an easygoing person and was not picky. He got along well with Qin Wushuang. And the martial saint had also returned to the Qin family from the Martial Saint Mountain after receiving Emissary Liu's letter. Naturally, with the 3 upper sky warriors together, they would have more confidence. In front of the Redwood Mansion, it was desolate. The door was also sealed. All the family guards and core members were also imprisoned. The rest of the non-core members had already been dismissed. Now, the once prosperous Redwood Mansion was in ruins. At night, a ghost-like figure dropped before the Redwood Mansion. Then, like a ghost, it disappeared into the mansion. After a moment, that figure floated out again with a trace of doubt in his eyes. How could this be? He looked at the seal on the door and fell into deep thought. At this moment, a wave of clappers came from the street. An old man who was on night watch said with a hoarse voice, "The weather is dry, be careful of the candles." Like a gust of wind, that black figure rolled over and floated to the side of that old man. He grabbed his throat and asked with a cold voice, "What happened at the Redwood Mansion? Where did everyone go?" Royal Mansion. Red. The Redwood King colluded with foreign enemies and was sentenced to death. The entire Redwood royal family was taken to the imperial capital. I heard that they were going to be beheaded. How many days have they been gone? 10 days. No, 8 days. Crack. After breaking the throat, that figure returned to the mansion eerily. He raised both of his hands and with 2 whooshing sounds, a stream of air shot onto the 2 stone lions before the mansion. Hong, the 2 majestic stone lions were instantly turned into dust and ash. That black figure said with a malevolent tone, "Taken to the imperial capital? Beheaded? All right, let's go to the Qin family first. First, we will destroy the Qin family, Then we will go to the imperial capital to kill the people of the Redwood Mansion. Kill, kill, kill. This black figure was Old Man Ji Yin, who had come from thousands of miles away. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to kill everyone related to this matter as a sacrifice to his beloved disciple, Li Wuji. He regretted that he had sent Li Wuji. He even regretted that he had taken in that trash, He Yutian. If he had not coveted the Redwood King's connections and resources, how could he have suffered the pain of losing his disciple? When he thought here, Old Man Ji Yin left the Redwood Royal City and headed towards the South Cloud State. With the map, it was almost effortless to find Eastwood Town. It was only the evening of the second day when he arrived at Eastwood Town. As the night approached, the residents of Eastwood Town had also finished their busy day and started to enjoy their dinner. However, they did not know that an invisible hand of death had already extended towards Eastwood Town. A haze covered the sky above Eastwood Town. Before the biggest inn in Eastwood Town, Old Man Ji Yin stood at the door with an expressionless face. He raised his head and saw 4 golden signboards that read Eastwood Inn. This Eastwood Inn was the property of the Qin family. The waiter inside rubbed his eyes. He seemed to have seen someone outside a moment ago. How come he had disappeared in a flash? Out of curiosity, he walked out. However, there was not a single shadow. He mumbled, "What the hell, there was someone here, how come he had disappeared in the blink of an eye? Who are you looking for?" A cold voice sounded from behind him. This voice did not seem to belong to a human. It did not have the slightest trace of human presence, as if it had come from a ghost from hell. It was eerie and terrifying. That waiter immediately turned around and still, there was not a single shadow. Inwardly, he shuddered and ran towards the counter. He shouted with unclear voice, "Ghost, there's a ghost." There were many waiters inside and they were all bustling about. The shopkeeper was calculating on the abacus at the counter. When he saw that waiter running in while crying like a ghost, he scolded, "You stinky kid, did you really see a ghost? Why are you crying? If you disturb the guests, I will slap you." "Ghost, there's really a ghost." Just when that shopkeeper was about to scold him, he glanced outside and instantly, he was stunned. His expression was one of astonishment and fear. He was tongue-tied and could not utter a single word. A figure, like a ghost, did not have a physical body at all. Instead, it floated like smoke, flowing like water and drifting by. "Are you looking for me?" Old Man Ji Yin asked eerily. He raised his fingertip and suddenly, his entire body had congealed into a physical body. He drew a line with his fingertip. A wave of strange light shot out. In the next moment, that waiter's entire body exploded. A burst of blood rain sprayed out and he turned into a pile of meat paste. He fell limply to the ground. This scene had instantly stupefied that shopkeeper. A strange gua 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 sound emerged from his throat. Instantly, he was petrified and scared silly. Old Man Ji Yin moved his finger again. Another burst of blood rain and a pile of meat paste. Another one had been killed. Kill. He hated the Qin family and the entire Eastwood town. Today, there is still a power outage. However, it came in the afternoon. Haha, let's not talk about it anymore. Still 4 chapters. As long as the electricity comes back, as long as I have time to write, as long as the computer is not broken, I will not find any excuse to slack off. Today, there are still 3 chapters. Blood is enough. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 141. The waiters in the lobby all ran out when they heard the noise. Only, their curiosity had sped up their deaths. Bang, bang, bang. Each time Old Man Ji Yin moved his finger, a life would die in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a dozen lives had been lost. Their deaths were as ugly as usual. Their bodies had exploded and a mist of blood filled the air. Immediately, the guests of the Eastwood Inn went into an uproar. When they saw this situation, each of them revealed an aghast expression as if they had seen a ghost. They all jumped out of the window and tried to escape. Old Man Ji Yin said coldly, "You want to leave?" He shook both of his sleeves and white lights continuously shot out from his hands. It was as if there was a heaven and earth hidden in his sleeves. Suddenly, a huge wave of destructive energy rushed out like a surging tide. Boom! The entire Eastwood Inn suddenly exploded with a loud rumble. Instantly, the entire Eastwood Inn had turned into ashes. It was as if it had been pulled out from this world and turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the innkeeper, waiters, and guests of the Eastwood Inn, who numbered at least 100, were transformed into ash along with the inn itself. Old Man Ji Yin sneered and walked forward in large strides. There is also the oil mill, the property of the Eastwood Qin. Old Man Ji Yin thought. Currently, Qin Wushuang was taking a stroll with Emissary Liu and the martial saint on the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, their expressions changed as they looked toward the direction of the Eastwood Inn. Almost at the same time, the expressions of these three changed. "Let's go take a look." Qin Wushuang took the lead. Emissary Liu and the martial saint glanced at each other and followed. Before the oil mill of the Qin family, Old Man Ji Yin's face was gloomy. With his palm facing up, a ball of serene fire appeared on his palm. He raised his arm and threw it at the oil mill. Instantly, the fire on his palm turned into a monstrous sea of fire and pressed down from the sky. Boom! Covered by this fire, the oil mill was instantly engulfed by this sea of fire and turned into a raging inferno. There were more than a dozen workers in the oil mill. They were surrounded by this unexpected disaster. Immediately, they were burned until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. TSK, the taste of a sea of fire is not bad, right? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for being in Eastwood Town. Blame yourselves for being dogs of the Qin family. Old Man Ji Yin's tone was filled with resentment. Suddenly, his face turned cold and his eyes flashed with joy. He turned around and looked behind him. Qin Wushuang shot over, glaring at Old Man Ji Yin. Looking at the scorched earth, he asked hoarsely, "Old Man Ji Yin?" Old Man Ji Yin's face turned gloomy and a cold glint shot out from his eyes. "You are a disciple of the Qin clan?" Old Devil Ji Yin, why did you kill these innocent civilians when you were looking for trouble with the Qin family? Qin Wushuang's tone carried a wave of uncontrollable anger. The person in charge of this giant oil factory, Uncle Shui, was a loyal servant that had followed the Qin clan for a few dozen years. Qin Wushuang had always been loyal and devoted. His heart was filled with pain and hatred. "Innocent," Old Man Ji Yin said coldly, "since he is related to the Qin family, then he is not innocent. Son of the Qin clan, has my eldest disciple, Li Wuji, been here before?" At this moment, the martial saint and Emissary Liu both arrived. Emissary Liu shouted, "Old Man Ji Yin, listen to me." Sneering coldly, Ji Yin sized the martial saint and Emissary Liu from head to toe. Then, he clicked his tongue, "2 more Upper Sky Warriors. Good, just in time, 3 Upper Sky Warriors will be buried with my eldest disciple. Wuji, you will not be lonely when you go to the underworld." His devilish tone was accompanied by flickering eyes. Apparently, this Old Man Ji Yin was about to go berserk at any moment. Qin Wushuang and the martial saint both focused their attention on him. However, Emissary Liu shouted, "Ji Yin, before you make a move, you better know my identity." "Identity?" Ji Yin laughed eerily, "What's so special about your identity?" The martial saint shouted, "This Emissary Liu is the emissary of the Stargaze Palace. Old Devil Ji Yin, although your Ji Yin sect is tyrannical, would you dare to go against the will of the Stargaze Palace?" "Stargaze Palace?" Stunned, Old Man Ji Yin sized Emissary Liu from head to toe and asked, "Are you really an emissary of the Stargaze Palace?" "Of course. Ji Yin, I don't know what grudge you have with the Qin family. However, before you make a move, you better wait. A few days ago, I already sent a letter to the Stargaze Palace. For sure, someone from the 5 Palace Masters will come to judge your rights and wrongs." The name of the Stargaze Palace was something that Old Man Ji Yin could not help but fear. Hearing these words, Old Man Ji Yin's face became gloomy. Apparently, He had fallen into deep thought. He must admit that he could not resist any of the palace masters from the Stargaze Palace. They all had enough power to kill him. The power of the Stargaze Palace did not only come from the existence of the 5 palace masters. Their power came from all aspects and was overwhelming. In the Great Luo Empire, whoever went against the Stargaze Palace would be digging their own grave. Including him, Old Man Ji Yin would not be an exception. The Stargaze Palace Master has come to this remote place. Emissary Liu, I am curious, why? Could it be that this Eastwood Qin is related to the Stargaze Palace? Emissary Liu shook his head in surprise. This Marquis Wushuang is the champion of the martial arts student exam in the Great Luo Empire. He is a talent appointed by the Stargaze Palace. This time, the 5 palace masters had sent me to take him to the Stargaze Palace to meet the 5 palace masters. Ji Yin, your head disciple, Li Wuji, had come to provoke and kill people. Since he was not skilled enough, he would be digging his own grave. If you remain stubborn and offend the palace masters, I am afraid you will not escape this calamity. Old Man Ji Yin's face sank. Will not escape this calamity. With your threats, I will send you to the afterlife even if I have to risk offending the Stargaze Palace. Emissary Liu's expression changed as he shouted, Ji Yin, you are stubborn. Not to mention your self-destruction, the hundreds of people in your Ji Yin sect will all be destroyed. Although Old Man Ji Yin was furious, he had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. If he were to make a move today, even if he killed these 3 people, most likely the entire Ji Yin sect would be destroyed. As for Extreme Darkness himself, he could very well escape out of the country and seek refuge with another empire. With his skills, it would not be a problem for him to seek refuge with a major powerhouse. However, there were 6 of his favorite disciples in the Ji Yin sect. Among the 7 Xiantian disciples, there were 6 other people besides Li Wuji that he had to consider. Once he killed and escaped today, he would not be able to take care of those 6 disciples. And Emissary Liu had already said that he had sent a letter back to the Stargaze Palace. Since he had done this, it would not be difficult to find out. In that case, it would be impossible for him to return to the Ji Yin Mountain to take away those 6 upper sky disciples. After weighing the pros and cons, he would still consider the consequences of killing these 3 people and sacrificing 6 disciples. He tried hard to suppress the anger inside his heart. He thought, now, even the Stargaze Palace has stepped out to protect this kid. Today, I will kill him. How could the Ji Yin sect remain unharmed when their nest is overturned? This kid admitted that he had killed my head disciple. He will not escape death. Only, today, I cannot do it. When the forefather returned to the Ji Yin sect, he would send a few of his trusted disciples out of the territory. Then, he would come back to kill the entire Qin family. By that time, after the forefather had killed all of them, he would leave and go to the Heavenly Lake Empire. Even if it's the Stargaze Palace, what can they do to me? With this thought, the extreme Yin old ancestor revealed a strange smile. With a fake smile on his face, he praised, no wonder you are the palace emissary from the Stargaze Palace. You have such courage and courage. I am deeply impressed. Since it's the Stargaze Palace that has stepped out, for this matter, I can give them some face. However, since that kid killed my head disciple, he should at least do something, right? He was retreating in order to advance. He planned to calm the other party and not let him become suspicious. In this way, he could easily move his 6 trusted disciples without being watched. Once he had finished moving them, it would be the time for him to slaughter the entire Qin family. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, do something? You've killed many of my subordinates and destroyed many of our foundations. What do you want to do? Old Man Ji Yin said with a cold sneer, how could these stupid villagers be compared to my upper sky disciples? This unreasonable attitude made Qin Wushuang extremely annoyed. Inwardly, he had already made up his mind to kill this Old Man Ji Yin. Only, he also knew that with his current strength, there was still a huge gap between him and this Old Man Ji Yin. It would not be easy to take revenge today. Naturally, Emissary Liu would not allow their conflict to continue to escalate. He immediately stepped out to mediate. Ji Yin, Marquis Wushuang, I have a suggestion. How about you listen? Speak. Old man Ji Yin said with an eerie smile. The grudge between you guys is nothing more than some small conflicts. Now, both sides have suffered casualties. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Regarding this matter, why don't you two accompany me to the Stargaze Palace and explain before the 5 palace masters to bury the hatchet? Even if we cannot resolve this grudge, we should set a rule on how to take revenge and how to settle the score. How about it? On the surface, this idea seemed fair. In fact, it favored Qin Wushuang. After all, Qin Wushuang's current strength was far inferior to the genetic elder. He did not have the power to kill the people around Old Man Ji Yin. How could Old Man Ji Yin not understand this layer of meaning? Yet, he did not expose it. Since he already had an idea, of course, he would not hesitate to deal with it half-heartedly. He said with feigned civility, since the 5 palace masters have stepped out, I will give them some face. Emissary Liu, it's decided. Marquis Wushuang, what do you think? Emissary Liu asked. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not believe that the eccentric and vicious old man Ji Yin would be so easy to talk to. For sure, there would be complications in this matter. However, it would be a good thing if they could lure old man Ji Yin out of the Bayou country. Immediately, he nodded. Since Emissary Liu has spoken, I would not dare to disobey. Old man Ji Yin laughed and suddenly, he said, if that's the case, I will return to the great Luo Empire first. Emissary Liu, see you at the Stargaze Palace. Emissary Liu replied, sure. Like a gust of wind, the body of that old man Ji Yin disappeared into the sky as soon as he turned around. It was as if he had evaporated into waves of smoke. He came and went like the wind and was unpredictable. Instantly, the 3 initial stage warriors felt their tensed nerves loosen as the pressure had disappeared. The pressure that old man Ji Yin had given them was too strong. It was so strong that they did not dare to let down their guard even when they were answering him. P.S. Today's update might be late. However, I will finish the 4 chapters before midnight, for sure. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 142. After old man Ji Yin had brought a bloody disaster to the eastward town, he had left. This made Qin Wushuang extremely depressed. Inwardly, he held his breath. Strength, it was this difference in strength that allowed this old devil Ji Yin to act so impudently. He killed people as he pleased and retreated as soon as he killed them all. Today, if Emissary Liu had not been present, and without the name of the Stargaze Palace, most likely the entire eastward town would have turned into a slaughterhouse from hell. From the way the old devil Ji Yin had killed people, one would know that he was an extremely vicious person. When he killed people, he would not show any mercy. Today, he had retreated because he feared the power of the Stargaze Palace. From the reaction of the old devil Ji Yin, it was clear that he had planned to cut off all means of retreat. If Emissary Liu had not stopped him and pointed out his weakness, most likely the old devil Ji Yin would not have cared to fight them on the spot. Looking at the ghostly figure of the old devil Ji Yin, most likely, they would not have much chance of winning even with the help of the 3 of them. This old monster Extreme Yin could be considered a peak existence within the middle spirit realm. It was rumored that he had already started to break into the advanced stage. His strength was not something an initial stage warrior like them could compare to. Now, the people of the royal Qin had also arrived after hearing the commotion. Each of them was dumbstruck as they looked at the ruins of the Eastwood Inn. They could not utter a single word. What kind of terrifying destructive power is needed to create such a tragic situation? That Eastwood Inn occupied such a vast area, yet it had been razed to the ground. Wushuang, what kind of enemy came? Da Ming looked at this tragic scene with lingering fear. Brother-in-law, it was the old devil Ji Yin, but he had already retreated. Qin Wushuang did not hide it. With a solemn expression, Da Ming could not speak for a while as he looked at this tragic scene. Leave some people to command the fire. The rest of you, return to the manor. Qin Wushuang ordered. When he returned to the manor, Qin Wushuang had a lot on his mind. After the disturbance caused by the old devil Ji Yin, he was in an extremely bad mood. The loss of property was secondary. So many lives were lost just like that. In front of a Xiantian old monster, the lives of ordinary people who didn't have any martial arts skills were actually so fragile. This made Qin Wushuang feel for the first time that his strength was still far too weak. Emissary Liu comforted him. "Marquis Wushuang, don't worry. That old freak Ji Yin had entered the Xiantian realm for at least 100 years, and his lifespan was at least 200 years old. And you're not even 20 years old. His potential was many times greater than his. If this old man Ji Yin could not enter the advanced stage before the age of 300, for sure, he would become a faded flower that would not last long. But now, you are like the rising sun. Sooner or later, your radiance will overshadow the entire Ji Yin sect. Unless old man Ji Yin's brain is damaged, he shouldn't be your enemy. In the Tianqian continent, if a post-liminary realm martial artist had a long lifespan and a good cultivation, they would usually be over 100 years old. Once they entered the Xiantian realm, their lifespan would increase by another 50 to 100 years. In other words, the lifespan of an ordinary innate expert was 150. For example, the martial saint, who had guarded the Martial Saint Mountain for so many years, had lived for more than 150 years. In fact, he was not far from the end of his lifespan. Unless he could break through the shackles and enter the middle stage of the spiritual martial force, he could increase his lifespan by another 50 to 100 years like old man Ji Yin. This way, his lifespan would reach 250 years. This way, each time he advanced, he would gain another 100 years of lifespan. For the advanced stage, it was possible for him to live between 300 to 400 years. If he could not continue to break through, then after 40 years, he would reach the end of his lifespan. It would be unavoidable for him to die. And once he broke into the perfect stage, his lifespan would easily surpass 500 years. Truly, he would become an old demon. There were many such figures in the Tianqian Empire. Only, at the level of the Baiyu country, they would never come into contact with them. The martial saint knew Qin Wushuang better as he said, "Emissary Liu, Marquis Wushuang has always been optimistic. Surely, he would not feel dejected because of one setback. For sure, he must have some other knot in his heart." Martial saint, Emissary Liu. Qin Wushuang raised his head. Earlier, that old man Ji Yin had clearly planned to cut off all means of retreat. Why did he suddenly stop when Emissary Liu mentioned the Ji Yin sect? Could it be that this old devil Ji Yin cared deeply about his sect? Emissary Liu nodded. In the great Luo Empire, the old devil Ji Yin was famous for being protective of his disciples. He had many disciples, and the good and the bad were all mixed together. Most of them were lackeys of the Ji Yin sect. The old devil Ji Yin did not plan to let them become talents. His focus was to nurture his 7 upper sky disciples. Now, with Li Wuji dead, there are only 6 upper sky disciples left. I know that he values the Ji Yin sect's bloodline very much, so I chose his weak spot and hit him in one fell swoop. Since this old devil Ji Yin is so protective of his disciples, for sure, he would not let go of Li Wuji's death. Could it be that he had taken a step back to buy time? Could it be that he still has more thunderous methods? Qin Wushuang spoke his thoughts in detail. After a moment of silence, Emissary Liu and the martial saint had to admit that Qin Wushuang's guess was reasonable. With old man Ji Yin's previous performance and his usual reputation, he was not someone who could accept the fact that he had suffered a loss calmly. This way, for sure, that old man Ji Yin had gone back to arrange his escape route. When he had arranged his escape route, it would be the time for him to cause trouble again. The martial saint felt a headache. It was definitely not a lucky thing for the Baiyu country to be targeted by a middle-stage warrior. These words reminded Emissary Liu, Senior Chou's words are reasonable. It seems that I must send another letter back to the Stargaze Palace. I must ask the 5 palace masters to monitor the Ji Yin sect strictly and not allow them to make any movements. Or else, this matter will never end. Qin Wushuang also felt grateful when he saw Emissary Liu's concern. I will not say any pretentious words. I will remember your help. After counting the days, Emissary Liu's letter should have arrived in the Great Luo Empire. Finally, the martial saint bid farewell. Emissary Liu said, Senior Qiu, for the martial arts student exam, Marquis Wushuang does not need to participate. For the other martial arts students from the Baiyu country, I will need you to take a trip to the Great Luo. The martial saint said with surprise, Emissary Liu, could it be that this martial arts student exam is not only the will of the Great Luo Empire? It is also the will of the Stargaze Palace? Emissary Liu sighed, it is the highest will of the Stargaze Palace. The Great Luo Empire is only executing it. I am not afraid of you laughing at me. Currently, within the Great Luo Empire, there is a serious shortage of talent. Even when the Stargaze Palace opens its mountain gate, we could not recruit enough disciples. If this is a vicious cycle, it would be detrimental to the future of the Great Luo. For a middle-ranking empire, if there was a shortage of talent and they could not produce enough blood, the consequences would be severe. Once the previous generation of elite warriors had died, the people behind them would not be able to catch up. The strength of the entire empire would drop severely. At that time, the fate that awaited this empire would most likely be collapse. The rise and fall of this empire followed a path. Apparently, this path was closely related to the number of talents and the strength of the blood. Inwardly, the martial saint was shocked when he heard Emissary Liu's words. Yet, he did not dare to comment. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang did not care much about these things. He cared more about his own martial arts training. As for the overall level of the Great Luo Empire, it would not affect him much. Thus, Marquis Wushuang, after the 5 palace masters saw your exam results, they all developed a strong interest. And this time, you had killed the head disciple of old man Ji Yin. For sure, the 5 palace masters' love for talent would spread even more. This envoy dares to bet that when you go this time, the 5 great hall masters will definitely fight until their faces and ears turn red from fighting over this disciple of yours. When he said here, Emissary Liu remembered how the palace masters usually fought for disciples and could not help but laugh. The martial saint sighed, Marquis Wushuang, you will have a meteoric rise when you go to the Stargaze Palace. From now on, those martial arts students from the Baiyu will be left far behind you. Emissary Liu laughed, Senior brother Qiu, the Baiyu will not be mistreated. If Marquis Wushuang receives the favor of the 5 palace masters, for sure, the Baiyu will become an upper subordinate country, without a doubt. The martial saint was overjoyed. Since Emissary Liu had said it, it meant that he had a plan. For most of his life, the martial saint had worked hard for the Baiyu to protect the country and raise the status of the Baiyu. Now, finally, the Baiyu had the hope to become an upper subordinate country. From now on, they would suppress the other surrounding subordinate countries. They would no longer have to look at their faces and fear their ambitions. For the Baiyu to become an upper subordinate country, it would not only be the honor of the country. For sure, he would also receive the corresponding rewards. However, regardless of the content of these rewards, he would not be mistreated. Once the mother country gave out rewards, the richness of the rewards would be incomparable to a subordinate country like the Baiyu. After making sure that old man Ji Yin had left, Qin Wushuang and Emissary Liu stepped on the road to the Great Luo Empire. The martial saint returned to the Martial Saint Mountain. The 3 months were almost up and the second round of the martial arts student exam was about to arrive. He must go back and prepare for the journey to the Great Luo Empire. As for Qin Wushuang, since he had killed Li Wuji, the second round of the martial arts student exam would have nothing to do with him. The purpose of the martial arts student exam was to select upper sky seedlings. Since he had entered the upper sky realm, it would be overkill if he participated in the second round of the exam. As the saying goes, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? For this trip to the Great Luo Empire, it would take about 7 days with their speed and strength as initial stage martial artists. In these 7 days, Emissary Liu had received 2 letters along the way. The first one said that the 5 palace masters were furious when they heard that the old man Ji Yin was looking for trouble with Qin Wushuang. The second palace master had already volunteered to come to the Baiyu country. The second letter told emissary Liu that the head palace master had already sent people to the Jiyin mountain to monitor each and every movement of the Jiyin sect. With these two letters, the haze in Qin Wushuang's heart had swept away slightly. However, he knew better than anyone that the grudge between him and the old man Ji Yin could not be reconciled. Regardless of him killing Li Wuji, or the old man Ji Yin killing his subordinates, they could not forgive each other. Even if the grudge was temporarily suppressed by external forces, it would erupt one day. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang vowed that he would train hard when he went to the Stargaze Palace. He would strive to reduce the gap between him and the old man Ji Yin until he surpassed him. 1 hour later, there's one more update. It's the fourth update. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 143. As soon as these two entered the Great Luo Empire, they met the second palace master who had rushed over. Emissary Liu hurriedly led Qin Wushuang forward to greet him. The second palace master had white hair and a calm personality. He was the famous representative of the calm faction in the Stargaze Palace. However, this time, he was different from his usual self and argued with the other palace masters until his face turned red. Finally, he had won the priority to go personally. He only had one goal, and that was to see the talent of this martial arts student champion from the Bayou country. Marquis Wushuang, this is the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace. Emissary Liu introduced him respectfully. Qin Wushuang had a good first impression of this second palace master when he saw him. Judging from his appearance, he was just an ordinary old man. However, if he looked into the eyes of that second palace master, he could see a sense of unfathomable depth. It was a type of deep abyss that made all his probing skills disappear. Elite warrior. This was a true elite warrior. One could imagine how many levels higher he was than an elite warrior that you could not even detect. The surname of the second palace master was Tan Zhongqi. However, for hundreds of years, almost no one in the Great Luo Empire dared to call out the name Tan Zhongqi. Regardless of whether they were familiar with him, they had to call him second palace master or palace master Tan. Qin Wushuang went forward respectfully. It is my honor to meet you, second palace master. Tan Zhongqi sized him up for a moment. The more he looked, the more joyful his expression became. If it were the humorous fifth palace master, most likely, he would have already stepped on him. Good, good. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Qin Wushuang, this name is also good. Emissary Liu, this Qin Wushuang, do you think he deserves the title of national scholar? Emissary Liu understood the meaning behind his words. He knew that the second palace master loved talent. How could he dare to not follow his tone? He smiled apologetically. Of course, a young man who could behead Li Wuji deserves the title. Tan Zhongqi clapped his hands and laughed. Nice, Qin Wushuang, I must admit that in 20 years, you are the only martial arts student that made me want to take you as my disciple. Let this old man ask you, are you willing to follow this old man in cultivation? Qin Wushuang had never thought of becoming a disciple, so he couldn't help hesitating when he heard Tan Zhongqi's question. Qin Wushuang was a free-spirited person who liked to be unrestrained. There was nothing wrong with acknowledging a master, but there was a hierarchy in learning the Tao, and the more accomplished one was the master. This second palace master's strength was many levels higher than his, so there was no harm in taking him as his master. The problem was that he didn't want to lose his freedom because of this. Emissary Liu was secretly shocked. He realized that Qin Wushuang was showing signs of unwillingness, so he could not help but remind him, Marquis Wushuang, the second palace master is the pinnacle figure of the Great Luo Empire. Many people yearn for it day and night, from young to old, from life to death, but they could not realize it. Tan Zhongqi did not rush him. He only smiled and observed Qin Wushuang. To be honest, if Qin Wushuang immediately kowtowed to him upon hearing his summons, he would be even more displeased. A young man should have the ambition of a young man. At least, Qin Wushuang's hesitation meant that this young man had his own ideas. For sure, he had his own plans on the path of training. Or else, he would not have hesitated at this moment. On the path of training, one would not be afraid of having a personality, but one would be afraid of not having any ideas. At Tan Zhongqi's level of cultivation, his comprehension and perception of this was too deep. In the end, many young men who followed the rules could not go further on the path of training. There was only one reason. They followed the rules too much, had no personality and lacked variables. How about it? Young man, no need to answer me in a rush. Tan Zhongqi did not pressure him. Instead, he said with a smile, I can give you time to think about it. Besides, if you have any concerns or requests, you can tell me. I am not afraid of any problems, I am only afraid of you being a yes man. These words gave Qin Wushuang a good impression. Initially, he thought that when one had reached the level of the Stargaze Palace Master, each of them would be extremely arrogant and put on airs. Unexpectedly, this second Palace Master was not like that at all. On the contrary, he was extremely friendly. The intimacy he gave him had even surpassed the first time he had met the Martial Saint at the Martial Saint Mountain. At that time, the Martial Saint had more or less put on some airs. And this second Palace Master of the Stargaze Palace was acting this amiable. Qin Wushuang had never expected this. Second Palace Master, if I say no directly, for sure, it would be unappreciative of your kindness. In fact, when I saw you, I could already feel that you are unfathomable. Only, on the path of training, I have always valued freedom. If I had a teacher to restrict me, I am afraid that on the path of training, I would not be able to rush forward without any restrictions. Feeling helpless, Qin Wushuang could only speak the truth. Emissary Liu turned pale with fright when he heard his words. He kept shooting glances at Qin Wushuang. In his opinion, Qin Wushuang was being too arrogant when he said these words. He even did not know how to appreciate favors. Unexpectedly, Tan Zhongqi, the second Palace Master, revealed a thoughtful expression. He looked at Qin Wushuang with a slight surprise. He did not expect that at such a young age, this young man would have such strong willpower. Such rare persistence had allowed him to resist the temptation of the second Palace Master. For your information, what did it mean to become a disciple of the Stargaze Palace Master? It meant that he would have a meteoric rise in the Great Luo Empire. He could do whatever he wanted and no one would dare to question him. To a disciple from a subordinate country, this should be a great temptation. However, this Qin Wushuang was able to resist the temptation. And from his expression and eyes, this Qin Wushuang was not retreating for the sake of advancing. Instead, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. The most novel thing was that although his theory was exaggerated and unorthodox, it was in line with the mentality of an elite warrior. It seems that this kid's success was not due to luck. Regardless of strength or mentality, he has something that other people of his age cannot compare to. When Tan Zhongqi thought here, his love for talent increased even more. In his life, he rarely gave in and made exceptions. However, today, he felt that he must make an exception. Instantly, he laughed and said, I already understand all of your considerations. Freedom and freedom, great. I will promise you if you become my disciple. The freedom you want, I can give it all to you. In the Stargaze Palace, in the Great Luo Empire, you don't need to go to the palace and you don't need to call the roll. You don't need to attend any group activities unless it's a major event, and you can choose from any cave, any library in the Stargaze Palace. You can come and go as you wish. Overall, you will practice how you did in the past. You and I will be master and disciple. I will teach you and you will inherit my legacy. How about it? When Emissary Liu heard these words, he was dumbstruck and could not speak for a while. He even felt somewhat jealous. Such treatment was something that even the palace envoys did not dare to think about. How was this taking in a disciple? It was raising a calf. Among the 5 palace masters, the second palace master who had always been the most serious had such an open side. Such an understanding side. He was willing to make an exception for a young man. When Emissary Liu thought here, he felt relieved. Indeed, Marquis Wushuang had the capital. At the age of 17 or 18, he had entered the Upper Sky realm and killed a fierce Upper Sky warrior like Li Wuji. This achievement already made him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Besides, Marquis Wushuang's achievements were not within the Great Luo Empire, but in the subordinate countries where the spiritual qi was relatively weak and spiritual objects were scarce. This was even more impressive. Marquis Wushuang, what are you hesitating for? Is the second palace master making an exception? In the Stargaze Palace, you are the first one to receive such favor from the second palace master. Emissary Liu wanted to fulfill his wish and to build a good relationship with Qin Wushuang. He knew that if Qin Wushuang became a disciple of the second palace master, for sure, he would inherit the legacy of the second palace master. And if he had exceptional talent and had great achievements in the future, he would even be qualified to compete for the position of the next head palace master and rule the Stargaze Palace. To such a star of hope, a future candidate for the palace master, Emissary Liu would never let go of the opportunity to make friends with him. To put it bluntly, these emissaries were the butlers of the Stargaze Palace. Although they had great power and held high positions, they would not be qualified to inherit the position of the palace master. Emissaries were emissaries. It was equivalent to taking care of the internal affairs and foreign affairs for the palace masters. They were not much different than the butlers. Only, they were in charge of a larger household. And the disciples of the palace masters, especially those who were qualified to inherit the legacy, were the true candidates for the position of palace master. They would be the future rulers and controllers of the Stargaze Palace. Tan Zhongqi laughed as he waited for Qin Wushuang's reaction. After receiving such promise, Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and knew that the best choice was to become the disciple of this second palace master. Since the second palace master had made these promises, he would not interfere with his freedom and would not force him to do the roll call. Indeed, it would not affect his training. It was equivalent to gaining a great teacher to guide him and a great support. No one would be able to refuse such a thing. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not be pretentious enough to refuse. Immediately, he performed the ritual of becoming his disciple with respect. After the ritual, the second palace master was even happier than Qin Wushuang as he laughed. Good, Wushuang. Although you are only acknowledging me verbally, later on, I will hold a grand ceremony for you. I will also let the other disciples of the Stargaze Palace know about you. It will prevent him from getting bullied by those old foxes when he goes in and out of the palace. Emissary Liu could not help but laugh. He had often heard that the second palace master was protective of his disciples. He did not expect him to be so protective. He had just taken in a disciple, and he was already thinking so far ahead. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was indifferent. It was secondary whether the ceremony was grand or not. On the contrary, he did not like to be too ostentatious. The so-called the wind will destroy the tree that stands out in the forest. As a disciple who had just entered the palace, if he received too much attention, it would cause others to feel unbalanced. It would cause more disputes. When it came to training, the worst thing was endless disputes. They would fight and scheme against each other and neglect their martial arts training. Just when he was about to speak, suddenly, the second palace master mumbled to himself, "I heard that old man Ji Yin holds a grudge against your family. This time, he even went to the Bayou country to cause trouble for you. This old man Ji Yin has some guts, he even dares to bully my disciple. Wushuang, let's go to the Ji Yin mountain. I will make him understand that there are some people he cannot provoke. If he provokes them, he will be asking for his own humiliation." Emissary Liu felt pity for the old devil Ji Yin. With the second palace master stepping out, most likely the old devil Ji Yin would suffer greatly this time. It's time for the fourth watch, and I'm finally satisfied. Although it was late and he was tired, he would never break his promise. Ha, good night, brothers. These 2 days of blackout had caused Li Tian's writing plan to be passive and he could not get any monthly votes. Today, he did not even get more than 10 votes. A single-digit monthly vote. To the current subscribers of this book, it was definitely a disgrace. Ha. Warriors of the Galaxy, do you still have any monthly votes? Bring them out. Everyone, bring out your treasures and smash the old devil Ji Yin to death. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 144. Outside the Jiyin Mountain, a few spies from the Stargaze Palace had been monitoring the Jiyin Mountain for many days. When they received the second Palace Master's call, the closest spy came out from the dark. "Greetings, second Palace Master, Emissary Liu." That spy said respectfully. "No need for formalities. Are there any movements from the Jiyin sect?" Second Palace Master, a few days ago, Old Man Ji Yin had returned to the mountain in a hurry. For now, there are no major movements. I was worried that Old Man Ji Yin would discover us, thus, we did not get too close. As for what kind of shady business they are doing inside the Jiyin sect, I could not find out. Tan Zhongqi waved his hand. "No need to investigate, call everyone out. Follow me into the mountain." Monitoring the Jiyin sect was not a good job. Everyone knew that Old Man Ji Yin had a violent personality. If they offended him, even the disciples of the Stargaze Palace would suffer. All 6 spies appeared. When they saw Qin Wushuang standing next to Tan Zhongqi, they were all curious. However, no one dared to ask. Tan Zhongqi said, "This is my new direct disciple, Qin Wushuang. Nice to meet you all." Qin Wushuang also knew the etiquette as he said generously, "Haha, junior brother Wushuang, no need to be so courteous." With the personal guidance of the second Palace Master, junior brother Wushuang's future is limitless. As his senior brother, we will not be able to catch up. Tan Zhongqi did not hold back as he chuckled and made a hand gesture. Then, a group of people directly charged into the cordon of the Jiyin Mountain Gate. Being an experienced person, of course, Tan Zhongqi knew the location of the cordon. However, within the Great Luo Empire, there was no place he did not dare to go. Of course, a mere Jiyin Mountain would not be a problem. "Who are you? Please stop." "Stop, this is the private land of the Jiyin sect. Trespassers, die." A group of disciples of the Jiyin sect kept rushing out from the dark. However, these disciples were all pre-Sky Realm martial artists. Although each of them were at stage 8 or 9 of the genuine force, in Tan Zhongqi's eyes, they were no different than ants. "Die." Tan Zhongqi's face sank when he heard this word. Then, he asked, "Wushuang, how many people did Old Man Ji Yin kill when he went to your eastward town?" Qin Wushuang said, "No less than 100 people." "Who are they?" Most of them were servants of the Qin family, and some of them were merchants. When Qin Wushuang mentioned this matter, he felt anger in his heart. Tan Zhongqi nodded his head. "All right, I'm not a gentleman if I don't take revenge. You can't let this matter become a knot in your heart and affect your cultivation. How about this, on our trip to the extreme Yin Mountain today, kill everyone you see. Until you think it's enough." The Jiyin sect had at least a few hundred disciples. It's more than enough to exchange for 100 lives. When the second Palace Master said this, his tone was calm, as if slaughtering the people of extreme Yin sect was an extremely insignificant matter to him. It was as normal as eating and sleeping. However, Qin Wushuang didn't make a move. He said, "Master, I killed the people of extreme Yin sect today. Old freak extreme Yin will definitely think that I'm using Master's name to intimidate others. I will come back to the Jiyin sect. When my strength has caught up to that old freak extreme Yin, I will go find him personally. For today's matter, you can make the decision." Emissary Liu and those 6 spies all looked at Qin Wushuang with admiration. Initially, they thought that Qin Wushuang was lucky to be able to become the disciple of the second Palace Master. Now, it seemed that he did not plan to use the name of the second Palace Master to show off. If it were a narrow-minded person, they would have started a massacre if they had such an opportunity. Why would they be polite? With the support of the second Palace Master, even if he slaughtered the entire Jiyin sect, Old Man Ji Yin would not dare to make a sound. If he made a single noise, it would be as easy as lifting a finger for the second Palace Master to kill Old Man Ji Yin. Tan Zhongqi also did not expect that his new disciple would have such a personality. Although he did not show anything on the surface, inwardly, he was overjoyed. Qin Wushuang's choice raised Tan Zhongqi's evaluation of him to another level. However, even though Qin Wushuang did not make a move, it did not mean that Tan Zhongqi would leave the matter at that. With a cold smile, he looked at the disciples of extreme Yin sect that were rushing out from all directions. 7 directions, a total of 21 people. Since he had already made a trip here, if he did not make a move and kill a few people, how could he intimidate a fierce character like Old Man Ji Yin? His eyes swept around and narrowed into a line. Suddenly, he said indifferently, 21 people. Very good. I'll use you guys to establish my power. Before his voice had died away, his arm had not even been raised. It was almost impossible to see how he made a move. They only saw a blur in front of their eyes. The second palace master's finger had already pointed in a circle. This circle formed a semicircle. In the next moment, swish swish swish. 21 consecutive crisp sounds of explosions rang out. Those 21 people were like 21 pieces of wood that were all hit. With a loud bang, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Tan Zhongqi's attack seemed to be neither real nor real. Even Qin Wushuang could not describe his speed at all. This was because even with his eyesight, he could not see how the second palace master made a move at all. It seemed that the second palace master only moved his arm slightly. However, with just this slight movement, his fingertips had already attacked 21 times in a row. This kind of speed could no longer be described with the words shocking. Seeing this situation, Emissary Liu and the group of spies looked at each other in dismay and admiration. They also did not see how the second palace master made a move. The second palace master has shown his invincible power. I admire you. Emissary Liu praised sincerely. Haha, it's just a warm-up. Let's continue forward. Whoever tries to stop us will end up like this. Tan Zhongqi's tone was extremely domineering. His every movement was filled with the majesty of a palace master. Indeed, along the way, more and more sentries jumped out. They all had the same ending and were turned into ashes by the second palace master. Currently, Old Man Ji Yin was thinking about how to escape from the Great Luo Empire and how to destroy the Qin to avenge Li Wuji. Suddenly, 6 of his trusted disciples arrived from outside the door. Teacher, there are powerful intruders. The sentries along the way are being pulled out. They are almost at the inner sect of the Ji Yin sect. Old Man Ji Yin opened his eyes widely. Intruders. Although this Ji Yin mountain was not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, in the past 100 years, no one had dared to act so presumptuously and kill their way to their door. Who had eaten the guts of a leopard? Old Man Ji Yin was not a kind person who would swallow the loss of his teeth and blood. On the contrary, he had always been a person who would not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Under normal circumstances, if he did not provoke others, they would be burning incense. Now, someone had come to provoke him. With Old Man Ji Yin's personality and his recent bad mood, the result could be imagined. He sneered and mumbled to himself, "Let's go and see which bastard has no eyes. I will make him regret coming to this world." His figure flashed and a white light rolled out, directly flying out of the cave. Behind him, there were 6 Yantian disciples. 7 figures flew up and landed, blocking the only way to the inner sect of the Ji Yin sect. Tan Zhongqi's cultivation was much higher than Old Man Ji Yin's. Naturally, he could sense Old Man Ji Yin's anger as he rushed out of the cave. He smiled and said, "Old Monster Ji Yin is here. A good show is coming." Immediately, he did not hold back and dashed forward in big strides. It seemed that his strides were not big and the frequency was not fast enough. However, with this jump and landing, he was already 300 to 400 feet away. Qin Wushuang and Emissary Liu used all their strength but could only barely follow behind. Old Man Ji Yin's face was filled with killing intent. He stood at the highest point of the pass and unscrupulously activated his powerful aura. His voice was transmitted far away. "Who are you? How dare you come to my Ji Yin mountain to make trouble?" When this sentence was transmitted, it was like thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. It rumbled as if 10,000 horses were galloping and war drums were beating together. If one's cultivation was slightly weaker, their qi and blood would be in turmoil after being hit by this sound wave. Tan Zhongqi knew that old monster Ji Yin was trying to show off. However, old monster Ji Yin's cultivation was a big joke in his eyes. He did not reveal too much and only lightly snorted from his nose. The light snort that came out of his nose was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the clouds and mist, rushing forward with indomitable will. It directly broke through old man Ji Yin's sound wave barrier and easily pierced through it as if it was a piece of white paper. With a shua sound, it arrived in front of old man Ji Yin. Old man Ji Yin only felt a wong sound. The qi and blood in his body were greatly shaken and his hands and feet felt numb. His originally ruthless and savage expression immediately changed and became deathly pale. He looked ahead in shock and his heart started to tremble. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was skilled. The other party's light snort clearly showed that he did not use his full strength. Moreover, it seemed to be a casual move. However, the effect was enough to completely suppress the sound wave attack that he had been planning. This difference in strength made even a conceited old man like old monster Ji Yin feel somewhat surprised. His heart was beating like a drum. He knew that an expert had arrived. The 6 of you, pay attention. If this person is determined to cause trouble, when I fight with him, you must escape at all costs. Remember, split up and escape. Do not go in the same direction. Old man Ji Yin cautiously instructed. The situation was more important than the person. No matter how conceited he was, he did not dare to be conceited in front of an expert who was stronger than him. Instead, he planned his escape route with a clear mind. In the world of experts, there would always be a higher mountain. If one did not know when to advance or retreat in front of an expert, one would only be courting death. There was no room for redemption. Blood, qi and righteousness were completely useless in the face of absolute strength. Master, is the enemy very hard? Old monster Ji Yin's expression was dark. The muscles on his face twitched as he said coldly, very hard. Remember, split up and escape. Escape as many as you can. Do not think about hiding or revenge. Immediately escape to the Heavenly Lake Empire. Unless your strength increases greatly in the future, you must not return to the Great Luo Empire. Master. Although old monster Ji Yin's character was bad, his disciples were all loyal and devoted. Obviously, they were not willing to abandon their master. Stop talking nonsense. Act according to the situation. Once you see that the situation is not good, escape immediately. You are not allowed to hesitate. Yes. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Ji Yin, come out and see me. When old man Ji Yin heard this voice, his heart trembled. How could it be him? Today, there are still 4 chapters. Hee. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 145. Apparently, old man Ji Yin had recognized that the visitor was Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace. Within the vast Great Luo Empire, they were going to select the 3 most powerful people. For sure, this Tan Zhongqi would be among them. The identity of the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the Great Luo Empire. Since he had barged into the Ji Yin Mountain, of course, there was no need for him to hold back. Inwardly, old man Ji Yin felt nervous. Why had the palace master of the Stargaze Palace come here? I have made a lot of enemies in my life, yet I still treated the Stargaze Palace with respect. Why had the second palace master come to kill my disciples? Instantly, he gave a clear whistle and said loudly, "Are you Mr. Tan, the second palace master of the Stargaze Palace? I did not greet you from afar, sorry for not greeting you." Although he spoke politely, inwardly, he was tense and did not dare to show the slightest carelessness. With the strength of this second palace master, if he truly wanted to slaughter the Ji Yin sect, most likely he could destroy the entire sect by himself. Thus, he must deal with him carefully. Ji Yin, Stop with the nonsense. Tan Zhongqi said with a tyrannical tone. In a flash, he had already jumped up the mountain pass and looked at Ji Yin and his disciples with an overbearing attitude. His eyes were full of disdain and carried a form of disdain. If it were anyone else, most likely they would have gone to the underworld to report to the underworld if they looked at old devil Ji Yin with such eyes. However, this Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master, was completely qualified. His gaze was not aggressive at all, but none of the 6 disciples of extreme darkness dared to go up to him. Under Tan Zhongqi's gaze, all of their gazes wandered. Some looked at their feet, some looked away, and some avoided his gaze. It was obvious that they were unable to resist the imposing manner of Tan Zhongqi's every move. Ji Yin's heart tightened as he stepped forward and bowed. Mr. Tan has come to the Ji Yin mountain. Is there anything I can help you with? Before the Stargaze Palace Master, regardless of his strength, old man Ji Yin had to lower his head. There was the so-called saying where the fist was hard, the reason was hard. If the fist was not as strong as the person, the reason would become unreasonable. Among the 7 upper sky disciples, Li Wuji is dead. The remaining 6 are all here. Good. Not a single one is missing. Tan Zhongqi said lightly. Ji Yin's scalp went numb as he looked at Tan Zhongqi alertly. Mr. Tan, you. Tan Zhongqi was expressionless. Extreme darkness, if I were to make a move now, do you think any of the 7 of you will survive? Inwardly, old man Ji Yin trembled as he took a step back unconsciously. Mr. Tan, the Ji Yin sect has always been respectful to the Stargaze Palace. Each year, we have never embezzled or been late with our offerings. However, he did not know what he had done to warrant Lord Tan's personal attention. Is there a misunderstanding here? In his heart, he already knew that this matter had something to do with the Qin clan. Only, he had never expected that a martial arts student from a middle subordinate country would be able to make the Stargaze Palace Master step out. Could it be that the son of the Qin family was really that popular? Tan Zhongqi shook his head. There is no misunderstanding. Ji Yin, let me ask you, a few days ago, you went to the Bayou country to show off, right? Sure enough, it was because of this. Extreme Yin was a little perturbed, but she couldn't deny it. He said carefully, indeed, it happened. However, that Qin family from the Bayou country had killed my disciples. My trip was only to seek revenge. When I heard your palace emissary mediating the matter, I also restrained myself on that trip and never showed any disrespect. However, you are not wrong to have killed people, right? Tan Zhongqi said with an unfriendly tone. Yes. Feeling helpless, old devil Ji Yin had to admit it. Then you would not mind if I killed some of your disciples, right? I would not dare. The Stargaze Palace is the ruler of the Great Luo Empire and holds the power of life and death. No one can resist us when we kill anyone. Even if I am bold, I would not dare to object. Ji Yin answered with a humiliated tone. If I were to kill you today, it would show that the Stargaze Palace has no tolerance for anyone. Tan Zhongqi said lightly, Ji Yin, I know your personality. This time, you came back from the Bayou country and for sure, you plan to cut off all means of retreat. You can't hide this little scheme from me. Inwardly, Ji Yin was shocked and revealed a horrified expression. Indeed, he had returned this time to make arrangements for his 6 disciples. After he had arranged his escape route, he was prepared to cut off all means of retreat and destroy the Qin family. Then, he would escape to another country. Mr. Tan, you must be joking. I, Ji Yin, had established the Ji Yin sect by myself and I value this branch of the sect greatly. I do hope these are your heartfelt words. After all, with your strength, you are one of the elite warriors in the Great Luo Empire. This is also the reason why I did not kill you today. The pressure in old man Ji Yin's heart was slightly relieved. Finally, he had heard some important points. It seemed that this second palace master did not plan to destroy his entire sect today. Mr. Tan, I am deeply grateful for your kindness. Tan Zhongqi waved his hand impatiently, no need to speak such courteous words. Although I did not kill you today, it does not mean I will not kill you in the future. I am only here to tell you that if you cherish your own strength and the foundation you have built, Then, regardless of how many of your disciples the Qin family had killed, you should never seek revenge. Or else, you can give it your all and fight with everything you have. I promise that before your disciples leave the Great Luo Empire, the Stargaze Palace will not leave any of you alive. If even one of you escapes from the Great Luo Empire, the Stargaze Palace will be useless. The threat was not an empty threat. Inwardly, Ji Yin cried out bitterly. He knew that since the second palace master had spoken these words, for sure, he had predicted his intention to take the risk. Regardless of whether he denied it or not, for sure, the other party would pay attention to his move. This way, for sure, there would be countless scouts from the Stargaze Palace patrolling around the mountain gate of the Ji Yin sect. As long as the Ji Yin sect made the slightest movement, most likely, the Stargaze Palace's judgment would follow. What awaited the Ji Yin sect would be total annihilation. A cruel choice was placed before Old Devil Ji Yin. He would either compromise, or take the risk. Taking a deep breath, Old Man Ji Yin already had a plan. Although the Stargaze Palace is strong, can you keep monitoring my Ji Yin sect forever? I will lower my head for now. I do not believe that the Stargaze Palace will keep watching my Ji Yin sect. Humph, as long as I can find a trace of opportunity. When he thought here, Old Man Ji Yin already had a plan inwardly. However, he still pretended to ask, Second Palace Master, I have a question that I dare not ask. What is the relationship between that Qin family from the Bayou and the Stargaze Palace? Tan Zhongqi said coldly, Qin Wushuang, an offspring of the Qin family, is already my direct disciple. Is this reason enough for you to take a step back? The expression on Old Man Ji Yin's face changed as his chest moved up and down. After a while, he said sadly, I understand. The Ji Yin sect admits defeat. When he said these words, Ji Yin felt extremely unreconciled. He was extremely angry and unwilling. However, he had no choice. Before the power of the Stargaze Palace, even if he did not want to compromise inwardly, he had to admit defeat verbally. Or else, with Tan Zhongqi's methods, he could have destroyed the Ji Yin sect today. Tan Zhongqi glanced at Ji Yin's disciples with an unfriendly gaze. Suddenly, he laughed. Ji Yin, to show your sincerity, let your second and third disciple accompany me to the Stargaze Palace. In 10 years, if the Ji Yin sect is obedient, I will let them go. Instantly, the last line of defense in Old Man Ji Yin's heart collapsed. Tan Zhongqi's move to remove the firewood from under the cauldron had completely destroyed any hope he had. However, he could not resist. Once he resisted, it would mean the end of the Ji Yin sect. Wuxia, Wujiu, go with the palace master. It's good to see the world at the Stargaze Palace. Old Man Ji Yin instructed meaningfully. The second and third disciples stepped out. Since it was their teacher's order, they would not dare to disobey. At the same time, they knew the heavy responsibility. It was equivalent to becoming a hostage at the Stargaze Palace. If they did not become this hostage, it would be the end of the world for the Ji Yin sect. Thus, they had no other choice. For the Ji Yin sect, and to repay their teacher. Teacher, please rest assured. When we go to the Stargaze Palace, we will play our part and strive to reunite with you as soon as possible. These two also expressed their stance with tears of blood. Although they did not dare to speak too boldly before Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master, their tone was clear. They were telling Old Man Ji Yin that they would never betray their teacher. Old Man Ji Yin waved his hand and revealed a bleak expression as if he had suddenly aged a few dozen years. Go, go. The mountain gate of the Ji Yin sect will always be open to you. Naturally, Tan Zhongqi disdained to expose their parting tricks. He made a circle in his hand and 2 thin threads that were almost invisible to the naked eye came out and wrapped around the 2 of them from afar. With a tug, he lifted them up and captured them. Tan Zhongqi laughed. Ji Yin, that's it for today, take care of yourself. After he had finished speaking, he kicked with both feet and jumped down from the mountain pass. In a flash, he disappeared from Ji Yin's line of sight. Old Man Ji Yin's face was ashen and he could not speak for a while. He Yutian, weren't you the one who had caused all the crimes? Today, if I don't skin you alive, how could I get rid of the hatred in my heart? Since old man Ji Yin had nowhere to vent his anger, naturally, he took it out on He Yutian. This time, he had lost completely. Not only did he lose the life of his head disciple, Li Wuji, he had also lost the life of his second and third disciple. Even if they did not die at the Stargaze Palace as hostages, it would be enough for them to suffer. 10 years. In other words, in these 10 years, old man Ji Yin could not play any tricks. Or else, it would be the same as giving up on the 2 hostages. Old man Ji Yin had high hopes for all 7 of his disciples. To give up any one of them would be as difficult as cutting his own flesh. Or else, he would not have gone to the Bayou country to seek revenge for Li Wuji. He had even given up the foundation of the Ji Yin sect in the Great Luo Empire to seek revenge. However, now, he had to hold back from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Regardless of how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he could only watch his enemy live freely. To an old devil like old man Ji Yin who had only suffered for one night, one could imagine the degree of depression he felt from not being able to seek revenge. Tan Zhengqi took away the 2 disciples of old man Ji Yin and arrived outside in a moment like the wind. Qin Wushuang and emissary Liu had been waiting for a long time. Wushuang, emissary Liu, do you guys have any questions as to why I did not start a massacre today and slaughter the entire Ji Yin sect? Qin Wushuang did not find it strange. On the other hand, emissary Liu, who was familiar with the style of the second palace master, was somewhat confused. With the second palace master's thunderous methods, it was strange that he did not eliminate the root of the problem. There are 2 more chapters, the 3rd chapter at 21, the 4th chapter at 22. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 146. Qin Wushuang was calm. He knew that each person had their own reasons for doing things. And for someone like his teacher, for sure, each of his actions had a deeper meaning. From the bottom of his heart, he really did not want his teacher to kill old devil Ji Yin. Old devil Ji Yin was a person that Qin Wushuang hated from the bottom of his soul after he had entered the upper sky realm. He had killed the innocent and used vicious methods. That massacre at Eastwood Town had already made Qin Wushuang set a goal. He must kill old devil Ji Yin with his own hands to comfort those souls. However, emissary Liu said in a low voice, second palace master, that old devil Ji Yin has a persevering personality. For sure, he did not compromise today because he had truly lost. Instead, he feared your authority and had to compromise temporarily. Tan Zhengqi said lightly, how could he hide his little tricks from me? Of course, I have my reasons for not killing him. Currently, on the surface, the Great Luo still looks glorious. However, the true situation is somewhat complicated. In the past 100 years, the talents of the Great Luo have gradually shown a terrifying situation where each generation is not as good as the previous one. This is a very dangerous signal. In the Tianxian land, the decline and fall of an empire usually starts with the loss of talents. Then, this gap will slowly become bigger. Once the other empires discover this gap, they will be attacked by external forces. Under the internal and external troubles, the situation will become even more unfavorable. Emissary Liu and Qin Wushuang were both stunned. Since the second palace master had told them about such confidential matters, naturally, he viewed them as his trusted aides. Nominally, the Great Luo is hosting this martial arts student exam. In fact, the Stargaze Palace is the one behind the royal family of the Great Luo. Even the Stargaze Palace has a problem recruiting younger disciples. You can imagine the situation of the other powerhouses in the Great Luo. The situation of the entire Great Luo goes without saying. Second Palace Master, the Stargaze Palace has tens of thousands of disciples. We also have advanced disciples and almost 100 core disciples. How could there be a shortage of talents? Emissary Liu was somewhat confused. The second palace master smiled bitterly. Anyways, let's end the discussion of this matter here. If we go any deeper, we will get into confidential matters. Overall, the strength of a sect does not depend on the number of people. What's more important is one's potential, especially the potential to become a high-end expert. Emissary Liu nodded thoughtfully. He had experienced this before. In the construction of a sect, most of the disciples were only there to serve as a facade. In the end, the ones who would decide the fate of the sect were still the top few talents. Whether or not they could support the sect's future depended on the few core figures at the top. Sometimes, when a super expert appeared in a sect, he could even directly overpower the sect that was originally stronger than him. Think about it, with the appearance of an elite warrior at the perfect stage, regardless of the number of talents from the other sects, they would have to lower their heads before this absolute elite warrior. Once a perfect stage makes a move, even if you have a bunch of upper sky disciples, they would still be cannon fodder. Since they were all at the perfect stage, even if 100 initial stage warriors went up together, it would still be useless. Unless they scattered and fled, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being killed. Therefore, Tan Zhongqi's words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Emissary Liu nodded and continued, if that's the case, Second Palace Master letting old monster Ji Yin go was also considering the overall situation of the Great Luo Empire. That's right. Although old monster Ji Yin is vicious and treacherous. However, with his strength, he is still a talent in the Great Luo Empire. For such a person, it would be a pity to kill him. Most importantly, if I had killed the Ji Yin sect myself, it would cause the other powerhouses in the Great Luo Empire to feel uneasy. It would affect the stability of the entire Great Luo Empire. To kill or not to kill, there is a lot to learn. Unless that old monster Ji Yin had asked for death, I did not plan to kill him today. Suddenly, Emissary Liu said, that personal grudge between Marquis Wushuang and old monster Ji Yin, Tan Zhongqi said, this is a story for later. I've made a 10-year promise. In these 10 years, for sure, old monster Ji Yin would not dare to move. And after 10 years, if Wushuang shows enough potential and strength, then he would have the right to speak in the Stargaze Palace. At that time, he would have the right to decide whether to kill Ji Yin or not. Then, he said to Qin Wushuang, Wushuang, 10 years, this is my expectation for you. After 10 years, if you cannot surpass old monster Ji Yin, I would be somewhat disappointed. Qin Wushuang immediately said, I will do my best, I would not dare to disappoint you. Good. You have ambition, a good man. Tan Zhongqi laughed, let's not waste time, let's head to the Stargaze Palace immediately and meet the other 4 palace masters. I will let them know that I did not come here in vain. I have taken in a good disciple, ha ha. Among the 5 palace masters, besides the head palace master who held a superior position, there was some competition between the other 4 palace masters. Especially when they placed great importance on the development of their line. Often, there would be a situation where they would fight until their faces turned red with anger for a good seedling. This time, Tan Zhongqi also used his eloquence to defeat the other palace masters in a war of words, thus obtaining this opportunity. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. Or else, it would be strange if the other palace masters did not laugh at him when he returned. The Stargaze Palace was located in the number 1 mountain range in the Great Luo Empire, the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range. This Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Although the spiritual qi was not abundant, it was a unique existence within the Great Luo Empire. Because of this, it was able to nurture a major sect like the Stargaze Palace. It was able to support a middle-ranking empire like the Great Luo. Marquis Wushuang, the Stargaze Palace is divided into the main palace, front, back, left, and left palaces. Thus, there are 5 palace masters. Usually, the 5 palace masters oversee the 5 palaces. However, they would gather at the main palace when they encounter collective matters. Your teacher, the second palace master, is the head of the Green Cloud Palace. Emissary Liu explained patiently. It was apparent that he intended to befriend Qin Wushuang, the future favorite. Qin Wushuang did not act pretentious and listened carefully. Regardless, it would not be a bad thing to join such a major sect. Since he had joined, it was necessary for him to gain some basic understanding. Immediately, he listened with an open mind and received the teachings. He said politely, Emissary Liu, the 3 words Marquis Wushuang is a title in the Baiyu country. I am afraid it would not be appropriate to bring it to the Stargaze Palace. If you do not mind, you can call me Junior Brother Wushuang, or Junior Brother Qin. I will call you Senior Brother Liu, how about it? Naturally, they would become much closer by addressing each other as Senior Brother. Of course, Emissary Liu could not ask for more as he laughed. Since Junior Brother Wushuang says so, then I will call myself Senior Brother. How can you say I am calling myself Senior Brother? You don't have to be so polite. In the future, I will need your guidance if I have many questions. Haha, of course. Of course, I will do my best to solve your problems. By the way, Junior Brother Wushuang, I will tell you more about the situation in the Stargaze Palace. Besides the 5 palaces, among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Stargaze Palace, only the advanced disciples have the opportunity to train in the virtuous Cloud Mountain range. And only the core disciples are qualified to enter the virtuous Cloud Mountain range. The other disciples who are not advanced disciples can only train in the other branches of the virtuous Cloud Mountain range. The treatment here is completely different. Such classification is to stimulate the disciples from all branches to become more motivated. It doesn't matter for the lower disciples. As long as you work hard, you will have a chance to be promoted during the annual exam. Similarly, it's not a problem if you want to be promoted to the core, as long as you show your strength during the year-end exam. Similarly, if the core disciples do not work hard and do not perform well, they will also be demoted. Do you understand such a promotion system? He could not understand it. After all, the core of it was survival of the fittest. Since Senior Brother Liu has explained it so clearly, I would be a blockhead if I still don't understand. Haha, may I ask, how does this promotion system work? Emissary Liu said with a smile, in fact, it's simple. It's only the last place elimination system. It's only a matter of the number of spots. For example, for the core disciples, each year, there are only 3 to 5 spots. If you rank last in the exam, then naturally you will be demoted. If the advanced disciples want to become the core disciples, they will be promoted automatically if they rank in the top 3 or 5. As for the lower disciples to become the advanced disciples, there are more spots. There are a few dozen spots. There's a much higher chance. Qin Wushuang nodded as he had a general understanding. Suddenly, he asked with a smile, Senior Brother, since you hold a superior position in the Stargaze Palace, you should have already become a core disciple, right? Yes, the 10 emissaries are all core disciples. And most of the disciples that the 5 palace masters are proud of are also core disciples. Some of the disciples of the Shakyamuni and elders are also core disciples. Anyways, there are less than 100 core disciples. However, Junior Brother Wushuang, with your exceptional talent, I believe that the 2nd palace master will get you a spot as a core disciple. Just when Emissary Liu was introducing the Stargaze Palace to Qin Wushuang, the 2nd palace master was engaged in a war of words with the other 4 palace masters. Head palace master, please speak. I have taken in such a disciple with great difficulty. If you don't give him a spot as a core disciple, I will not do it. Tan Zhengqi, the 2nd palace master, called out with a deep tone. Apparently, they had already gone through a round of argument. It was apparent that the head palace master had not expressed his opinion. And the other 3 palace masters were of the same mind and would not agree to make an exception. Regardless of who entered the Stargaze Palace, they must follow the rules. They would start from the lowest level. This was the iron rule and there were few exceptions. While the head palace master remained silent, the other palace masters had already objected. 2nd palace master, this is your fault. The reason why the Stargaze Palace could become the number 1 sect in the Great Luo Empire and the pillar of the empire was because of the Iron Rule. If you make an exception this time, then in the future, wouldn't it be a mess when everyone asks for a spot as a core disciple? How could it be a good thing for the Stargaze Palace to have an overflow of core disciples? The first one to object was the 5th palace master. Since the 2nd palace master had taken the initiative, how could he agree at this time? To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 147. As soon as the fifth palace master had spoken, the third palace master also chimed in. Fifth is right. Second palace master, it's not easy to set such a bad precedent. Once we do, it will become a mess. For sure, a crack will appear in the internal harmony of the five palace masters. They did not mean to make things difficult for the second palace master. Indeed, they did not want to set this precedent. At the same time, they did not want the second palace master to get a core spot so easily. For your information, there were only 96 core spots in the Stargaze Palace. The five palace masters had divided 64 spots. Among them, the head palace master had gotten 16 spots. The other four palace masters all had 12 spots. The remaining 33 spots belonged to the 8 Shakyamuni and 16 elders. Each of the 8 Shakyamuni took 2 spots, and the 16 elders took 1 each. 96 spots, not one more, not one less. If one more spot was added, it would be the same as adding a spot out of thin air. It would benefit the second elder and break the original balance. This was something the other 3 palace masters did not want to see. Tan Zhongqi said unhappily, "My disciple is the overall winner of this exam. For this exam, all 5 palace masters have supported him, right? If that's the case, of course, he should be rewarded when the exam results come out. If we don't give the core spot to such a person, how could we encourage him? How would we organize the martial arts student exam in the future?" The fourth palace master had always maintained a cold face as he said coldly, "Second palace master, it's already a great favor to give an advanced spot to an exam winner from a subordinate country. Giving him a core spot directly, are you not afraid of raising him too high and overpraising him to death?" Tan Zhongqi said, "Do you think I don't know my disciple better than you? If it were someone else, I would not be willing to promote him like this. However, this Qin Wushuang is different. He is young, shrewd, and calm. I am not worried about overpraising him to death. Of course, you speak positively of your disciple. However, I do not believe that a seedling from a subordinate country would have much potential." The fourth palace master did not hide his doubts. "Haha, Larosai, don't tell me that you're saying sour grapes because you can't eat them," Tan Zhongqi retorted. "Second palace master, it seems that you are very confident in this new disciple." "That's for sure. A disciple from a subordinate country who is self-taught and able to kill someone like Li Wuji at the age of 17 or 18. If I don't have confidence in him, who else can I have confidence in?" Tan Zhongqi said with a smile. "Whether or not Li Wuji was killed by him, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Jealousy. He's obviously jealous." Tan Zhongqi only had one attitude towards these different opinions, and it was quite firm and rude. That was, he sneered at them. "All right, stop fighting, all of you. Second brother, frankly speaking, your request puts me in a difficult position. Directly becoming a core disciple, this precedent is extremely rare in the Stargaze Palace. In history, there were only 3 precedents. And in those 3 cases, they were promoted to the core directly because they had made special contributions to the Stargaze Palace. As for this Qin Wushuang, although he is the trial champion, we did not agree to directly give him a core disciple position. Thus, it's not appropriate to give him a core disciple position directly. I am afraid there will be a lot of disputes." Finally, the head palace master spoke. After Tan Zhongqi heard his words, he said angrily, "This way, this martial arts student exam is just a formality. Even the exam champion is not valued, you can imagine the rest." The head palace master knew that he was upset as he laughed. "Second, I know you are not convinced. The Stargaze Palace has always emphasized that everyone has the right to speak. How about this? We will gather the 8 Shakyamuni, 16 elders, and 10 palace emissaries. Everyone will vote by secret ballot. If more people support directly becoming a core disciple, then we will make an exception. If not, we will give Qin Wushuang the advanced disciple position. As long as he has the strength, there are only 4 months left until the end of the year exam. As long as he performs well in the exam, how difficult would it be for him to become a core disciple? After he had finished speaking, he added, "The Stargaze Palace will never bury a talent. I am only afraid that we don't have any talent. Sooner or later, gold will shine brightly, and not a pearl covered in dust." Tan Zhongqi knew that if they were to vote, most likely, not many people would agree. After all, the distribution of the core spots was not only a competition between the disciples. It also involved the balance of power among the heads. No one wanted to break this balance and benefit him alone. However, he would not be satisfied if they did not vote. He could only say, "Then let's vote and see what everyone thinks." He also knew that if everyone opposed and he insisted alone, it would be easy for him to isolate himself. Even Qin Wushuang, the newcomer, would be isolated. He could only take a step back and give himself a way out. Soon, the head palace master had given the order. The great star bell rang 3 times and invited all Shakyamuni, elders, and the 10 palace emissaries to the main palace for a meeting. Hearing the bell ring 3 times, that emissary Liu immediately said, "Junior brother Wushuang, the head palace master is gathering all the leaders of the Stargaze Palace for a meeting. I cannot stay here with you. For sure, someone will come to invite you." Qin Wushuang nodded, "Okay, please go ahead." Emissary Liu did not dare to hesitate as he rushed towards the main palace. In a moment, all the people had arrived. Hearing the head palace master's explanation, everyone understood what was going on. They all said, "Then let's vote," without recording the names. When Tan Zhongqi saw the expression of these people, he knew that the result of this vote would not be ideal. Sure enough, the 5 hall masters, 8 law kings, 16 elders, and 10 emissaries, a total of 39 people, only had 8 votes in favor of him. Besides those Shakyamuni and elders who were close to Tan Zhongqi, the second palace master, most likely everyone else had voted against. Tan Zhongqi had nothing to say about this result. "Head palace master, since everyone has agreed, I have nothing else to say. However, we must honor those secular rewards, right?" Tan Zhongqi was protective of his people and his performance was in all aspects. Although he did not get a spot for Qin Wushuang to become a core disciple, he must fight for something for Qin Wushuang's family in the secular world. That way, at least, it would allow him to focus more during training. The head palace master laughed, "Of course, I will take care of the royal family of the Great Luo and ask them to honor the rewards as soon as possible. When the Baiyu country becomes an upper subordinate country, Qin Wushuang's family will be bestowed the title of king. They will stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor of the Baiyu country and will not need to pay respects to the court. Qin Wushuang will be bestowed the title of national scholar of the Great Luo and will stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor of the Great Luo. He will not need to pay respects. As for the other personal rewards, I will honor them when I see Qin Wushuang." As long as Qin Wushuang did not get the core disciple spot, the other palace masters would not have any reason to object to the other rewards. After all, everyone had supported this martial arts student exam. If they did not do anything, they would feel it would be unreasonable. Besides, to elite warriors at their level, those secular rewards were like floating clouds. They did not need to honor them. It could not even be counted as a favor. How could they object? Hearing the words of the head palace master, Tan Zhongqi's anger finally subsided. However, he still mumbled, "It's only 4 months. At the end of the year exam, for sure, my disciple will surpass him. At that time, if any of you get squeezed out, don't repeat it." The head palace master laughed. "Second, since you have passed the end of the year exam, of course, you will become a core disciple." No one would dare to be long-winded. He laughed and said again, "Emissary Liu, go and bring that Qin Wushuang here. I believe everyone has been waiting for him for a long time. Honestly, I am also quite curious about the young man who could kill Li Wuji." Those Shakyamuni and elders did not know much about Qin Wushuang. Hearing the words of the head palace master, they all became interested and started to whisper to each other. Kill Li Wuji? Wasn't Li Wuji the head disciple of the old devil Ji Yin? Among the younger generation of all the major sects in the Great Luo Empire, Li Wuji was also a figure. Even in the Stargaze Palace, he would most likely become a core disciple. No wonder the second palace master cared so much about this disciple. Indeed, he had picked up a precious treasure. In a moment, emissary Liu arrived with Qin Wushuang. Before Qin Wushuang had even approached the main palace, he could already feel the upper sky presence inside the main palace. It was rich and gloomy. If a pre-sky realm warrior were to come here, most likely he would not even have the strength to cross the threshold. His legs would have already become soft from the pressure of this upper sky presence. Qin Wushuang greets all the palace masters, Shakyamuni, elders, and emissaries. Qin Wushuang walked in large strides. He appeared calm and neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that since they were meeting for the first time today, for sure, someone would show him who was the boss. Regardless, he must not be intimidated by them. Since they were from the same sect, there was no need to be afraid. In terms of scenes, Qin Wushuang had experienced many big scenes in his former world. Although he had never met an elite warrior at this level, he did not feel any discomfort after suppressing his surging upper sky chi since he had experienced many big scenes in his past life. After a moment of looking, the head palace master laughed. Good. No wonder second is so proud. Indeed, you are a good seedling, Qin Wushuang. From now on, you are a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. For those rules, your teacher has already blocked them for you. I am not harsh on you. There are only 3 points that you must remember. Please instruct me, head palace master. First, you must not betray your teacher and kill your ancestors. Second, you must not kill your fellow disciples and be brave. Third, you must not collude with foreign countries and betray your country. For any of these 3 points, Qin Wushuang knew he could do it. This was not a restriction of rules and regulations, but a basic principle of being a human being. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not touch this bottom line. He answered seriously, I will remember and never violate it. Good. The head palace master nodded. For this martial arts student exam, you are the overall champion of the Great Luo Empire. Thus, you will receive all the rewards. The details are as follows. At this point, he was already very satisfied with the rewards of the secular world. Now, he was more concerned about what the Stargaze Palace would reward him personally. P.S. 4th update. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 148. It was an honor for the Baiyu to become an upper subordinate country. Qin Wushuang did not feel much about it. However, it would be nice to help the martial saint of the Baiyu fulfill his wish. As for the Qin family, he had become a king on par with the emperor of the Baiyu. He did not have to pay his respects to the imperial court. It was only an honor and limited benefit. Personally, he had become a national scholar of the Great Luo and held a much more respectable position. Even within the Great Luo Empire, he was a supreme existence. When he went to the subordinate countries, he would hold an even more respectable position. In fact, it was to make things easier for Qin Wushuang. It would allow him to not get involved with the secular world wherever he went. Basically, all core disciples of the Stargaze Palace had this honor. Qin Wushuang expected that the Stargaze Palace would give him some material rewards. Indeed, the head palace master said, you are the overall winner of this martial arts exam. Of course, there will be personal rewards. However, it will not be much. As for the exact reason, the second palace master will explain it to you when he has time. Now, you are already at the upper sky realm. You have 3 rewards to choose from. Innate offensive elementary spirit weapons, innate elementary spirit defensive armors, or other supplementary medicinal pellets. Among these 3, you can only choose one of them. This is the rule of the Stargaze Palace. Pills. Is there a golden body pill or an upper sky initial stage pill? Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. The head palace master laughed and shook his head. The golden body pill is to help you break into the upper sky realm. It is an upgrade pill, not a supplementary pill. The supplementary pill is used to restore the spiritual chi, heal injuries, and save lives. The two are different in nature. In principle, the upgrade pill would not be used as a reward. It's because it is extremely rare. Only the supplementary pills would be used as a reward. When he heard this explanation, Qin Wushuang was somewhat disappointed. In fact, he needed the upgrade pill the most. If he could get a golden body pill as a reward, he would rather give up the other options. If the Qin clan could produce a Carnate expert, then he would be more at ease in his future path of cultivation and would have fewer worries. Since that's the case, I'll choose a defensive armor. Qin Wushuang thought for a moment. He had already obtained an innate grade offensive weapon from Li Wuji. Although he couldn't use it for the time being, at least he had one now. What he lacked now was a defensive tool. The Lord Hallmaster nodded. All right, Shakyamuni Shinshan. One of the 8 protector kings walked out. Your subordinate is here. The head palace master said to Qin Wushuang, this Shakyamuni Shinshan is the head of the treasury in the Stargaze Palace. You will follow him to pick one. Yes, Qin Wushuang replied. Everyone, since Qin Wushuang has passed the second palace master's exam and become his disciple, then he does not need to participate in this second round of the martial arts student exam. Everyone must pay more attention in the following second exam of the martial arts student exam. Let's try to find a few good seedlings. Yes. Okay, that's it for today. You can leave now. After they had left, Tan Zhengqi took Qin Wushuang to the treasury to pick a defensive spiritual weapon. Since Qin Wushuang was only at the initial stage of the upper sky realm, the rewards given to him could only be of the same level. After some selection, he finally chose the Grey Cloud armor as it had a comprehensive defensive power in all aspects. When they returned to the Green Cloud Palace controlled by the second palace master, Tan Zhengqi laughed. Wushuang, today you have given me a lot of prestige. Nice, nice. Each of those guys was waiting to see you make a fool out of yourself. Too bad, haha, I made them jealous. Wushuang, earlier at the main palace, I had fought with them until my face turned red because of a core disciple spot. Unfortunately, those bastards did not agree as they were afraid that I would take advantage of them. However, it doesn't matter. You just have to bear with it for now and start as an advanced disciple. At the end of the year exam, you will show your talent and kick out those core disciples. You will enter the core disciple level openly. Let's see what else they can say at that time. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang was indifferent. In his opinion, although there was a difference between an advanced disciple and a core disciple, it would not matter. Even if he was an inferior disciple, he would still be a disciple of the Stargaze Palace. If he started too high, it would be disadvantageous to the public opinion. Starting as an advanced disciple would also prevent a lot of controversy. At that time, wouldn't it be more honorable to enter the core disciple level with his own strength? Even if he started too low, it would not be lower than when he had just been reborn. He was a humble class and his family was on the verge of collapse. At that time, he was not pessimistic, and now, he had no reason to be pessimistic. Teacher, I am quite open-minded about the core disciple status. When I was in the Bayou country, I knew that strength speaks for itself. When I just arrived, if I started as a core disciple, I am afraid other disciples would criticize me. At that time, I would use my own strength to squeeze into the core disciple level. No one would say anything. Yes, you have ambition. From you, I see a different temperament than other young people. You are not worldly, not pretentious, and always give yourself a clear position. Even when you entered the Stargaze Palace, you did not lose yourself. This is rare. Wushuang, in my line, there are more than 100 direct disciples. In total, there are more than 1,000 disciples. However, until now, I have not found a suitable disciple to inherit my legacy. From you, I see hope. In fact, it was no wonder that Tan Zhengqi cared so much. Indeed, he admired Qin Wushuang and loved his talent. In the past, he had a lot of direct disciples and 12 of them had entered the core disciple level. However, none of them made him feel at ease. Teacher, I am extremely grateful for your high expectations. I just don't know where your other disciples are. They're all cultivating with their heads down. Now, you are an advanced disciple. With your identity plate, you can directly enter the virtuous Cloud Mountain range to train. However, for now, you should not step into the virtuous Cloud Mountain. The Stargaze Palace has strict family rules and you cannot provoke them. Teacher, could it be that there are differences between training places? Qin Wushuang asked curiously. There is a big difference. Tan Zhengqi said slowly. In the virtuous Cloud Mountain range of the Stargaze Palace, besides the main virtuous Cloud Mountain range, there are 6 other branches. However, those branches only belonged to the low-level disciples and outer sect disciples. The spiritual qi would be much thinner and the chances of spiritual objects appearing would be much smaller. However, the main virtuous Cloud Mountain range is the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the entire Great Luo Empire. Most importantly, generations of elite warriors in the Stargaze Palace have trained in the virtuous Cloud Mountain range. Thus, there are many fortuitous opportunities hidden in the main mountain range. For these fortuitous opportunities, if you intend to find them and dig them out, perhaps you would not find them even in 100 years. However, if the fortuitous opportunity arrives, you could find them by accident. This is the so-called fortuitous opportunity. However, one thing is for sure. If you train in a place with more abundant spiritual qi, your training speed and progress would be much faster. This is also the reason why I fought for a spot in the core for you. I see. Qin Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he asked again, earlier at the main palace, the head palace master said that you would tell me why the Stargaze Palace does not reward individuals generously. Ha ha, Wushuang, in fact, we have already talked about the entire problem. It's related to the situation of the entire Great Luo Empire. To put it bluntly, it's because of the lack of resources. It's not that the Stargaze Palace does not want to reward people, but they are somewhat embarrassed. Regardless of offensive spiritual weapons, defensive spiritual weapons, or spiritual pills, the Stargaze Palace only has one word to describe it: shortage. To make spiritual weapons, you must have the materials and a qualified and skilled blacksmith. Similarly, to make spiritual pills, you also need the materials, recipes, and an alchemist. Without any of these links, you will not be able to operate. Currently, in the Stargaze Palace, although we lack the materials, at least we can provide some. However, we need to nurture blacksmiths and alchemists. Without good seedlings, it's useless. If he had not heard his teacher talk about it, Qin Wushuang would not have imagined that the giant Stargaze Palace was struggling to make ends meet. In this upper sky world, resources were indeed limited. Being the supreme authority of the Great Luo Empire, if they were already in such a situation, then most likely those small sects would be in an even more difficult situation. No wonder that Li Wuji could not get a single dragon and tiger body sculpting pill even though he had the recipe. Now, Qin Wushuang finally understood. Teacher, could it be that those empires around the Great Luo Empire have abundant resources? Tan Zhengqi smiled bitterly. Abundant? How abundant could it be? Wushuang, if a country suddenly discovered abundant resources, then in less than 100 years, for sure, they would upgrade. For sure, they would stand out. The common situation in the human countries is the lack of resources. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly and added, even the human countries could not step into the places with abundant resources. This is the Tian Xian land. Oh! As soon as Qin Wushuang heard these words, his interest was piqued. Wushuang, these are all things for later. Currently, your main task is to train. For these things, you will understand it when it's time. However, since you are interested, I will reveal it to you. Tan Zhengqi's tone was full of deep meaning. In the Tianxian land, the 3 upper-ranking empires and the 9 middle-ranking empires, to put it bluntly, are not the true rulers of the Tianxian land. In fact, the territories occupied by these countries are the leftovers from the true rulers. In other words, before the true powerhouses, these powerhouses of the empires are only some secular powerhouses. Ah! Hearing these words, Qin Wushuang was truly surprised. He had never heard of such news before. From the knowledge he had before, the upper-ranking empires should be the highest existence in the Tianxian land. And now, hearing his teacher's words, it seemed that these empires were only the peripheral powerhouses. Could it be, the true elite warriors of the Tian Shen land were not limited to these? Apparently, Tan Zhongqi had expected Qin Wushuang to have such reaction as he laughed. Wushuang, it's not your fault. The Tian Shen land is as vast as the sea. As for how big it is, I am afraid that even the head palace master would not know. Since you were born in a subordinate country like the Bayou country, it's understandable that you do not have much information. Even the martial saint of your Bayou country only knows a little. Currently, I am an advanced stage warrior. In the Great Luo Empire, of course, I am unquestionably one of the top warriors. Even the head palace master is only an advanced stage warrior. Only, he is slightly better than me in terms of power. With our strength, it's more than enough to show off before people like the old devil Ji Yin. However, when placed on the highest stage of the Tian Shen land, I am afraid that we would not be ranked. Not to mention others, the three upper-ranking empires all have elite warriors at the perfect stage of the spiritual martial force. Just this point alone is not something that the powerhouses of the middle-ranking empires could compare with. When he said here, Tan Zhongqi's tone was full of emotions. There will definitely be 4 chapters today. If all goes well, there will be a second chapter or even a third chapter in the afternoon. Chapter 149. Each of the 5 palace masters of the Stargaze Palace was an advanced stage warrior. However, despite being advanced stage warriors, there was a huge difference between each of them. Below the palace masters, the Shakyamuni and the elders were all middle stage warriors. There were no exceptions. However, even among the middle stage warriors, there were differences in strength. Wushuang, in the Tian Shen land, there are a few places you must not go. Tan Zhongqi instructed, you must remember these forbidden places. For example, the Shen Yuan Mound, the Illusion Heavenly Lake, the Endless Eastern Sea, the Extreme North Snowfield. Qin Wushuang listened attentively. Just these names alone had fascinated him. It was rumored that these places are the true rulers of the Tian Shen land. Some of them are controlled by human warriors with higher strength, and some are controlled by some other powerful species. These places have the most abundant spiritual qi and are the core of the entire Tian Shen land. Unfortunately, our human countries can only move around the border of these places. Other species? Qin Wushuang blinked his eyes and asked with a face full of questions. Yes, in the human countries, these species do not have much living space and are treasured. However, in the soil where they live, their reproduction ability is no less than humans. Besides, most of the territories they occupy are superior to the human countries. If they are not humans, could they be beasts? Qin Wushuang asked curiously. Strictly speaking, they are not beasts. They belong to the same intelligent species. Only, their appearance is somewhat different from humans. They are more similar to beasts. Thus, sometimes they are called beasts. In fact, a more accurate name is the demon clan. They are born from nature, grow in nature and absorb the power of nature. As long as one enters the upper sky realm, they can be called the demon clan. The demon clan includes birds and beasts, those that walk on the ground, climb on the trees, and swim in the sea. They are all called the demon clan. The power of the demon clan is unimaginable in the human countries. If it weren't for a group of powerful warriors that controlled part of the Tian Shen land with abundant spiritual qi, I am afraid there would not be any space for humans to live in the Tian Shen land. Tan Zhongqi sighed and said seriously, Wushuang, for now, don't think about these things. Unless, one day, you have trained to surpass us 5 palace masters and enter the perfect stage. Otherwise, these secrets are destined to remain secrets and have little to do with you. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, Shizuan, even if it's just for fun, it's always good to know more. Don't worry, I won't bite off more than I can chew. I know my limits. Millimeter, that's good. Tan Zhongqi said, Master's first expectation for you is to enter the core disciple class. There were only 4 months left until the year-end assessment. You have to work hard. Those who had entered the ranks of core disciples were all Xiantian disciples. Don't let your guard down. Disciple understands. Qin Wushuang was in awe, thinking that this was indeed the #1 sect in the Great Luo Empire. There were more than 100 Xiantian disciples, and this did not include the high-level experts. No wonder when the Stargaze Palace spoke, even a fierce figure like the old devil Ji Yin had to yield. Initially, Qin Wushuang was somewhat surprised. Now, he realized the light after experiencing the powerful strength of the Stargaze Palace. Then, he thought about his teacher's words. In the entire Tian Xian land, the Great Luo Empire was still a marginal powerhouse. Even among the secular empires, there were still 3 upper-ranking empires suppressing them. It seemed that in this world, it was not an easy task to stand at the peak. Okay, since you are my direct disciple, of course you should have a private territory in the Green Cloud Palace. Later, go and choose a secret training room that belongs to you. In the Stargaze Palace, usually, only the core disciples have their own private rooms in each palace. You are an exception. Thank you for your kindness. Qin Wushuang knew that Tan Zhongqi was taking special care of him. No need to be so courteous. As long as you show your face in the year-end exam, it would be more effective than 10,000 nice words to make me proud. When I test my disciples, I look at their grades and character. I don't care about the rest. I understand. Qin Wushuang liked Tan Zhongqi's style that focused on efficiency and did not like excessive formalities. After he took Qin Wushuang to choose a secret room, Tan Zhongqi said again, "From now on, this is your private place. Unless there are special circumstances, even the elders of the Stargaze Palace are not allowed to barge in. This is not only a secret training room, but also a private warehouse. You can hide any important things inside. You don't have to worry about losing them." I understand. Tan Zhongqi nodded. Okay, take your plate and you can now enter the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range to train. The Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range extends for tens of thousands of miles. Even the ancestors of the Stargaze Palace could not travel to every corner. Remember, besides the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range, you can take any other place. Yes. There is one thing you must remember. Competition exists between any disciple in the Stargaze Palace, including disciples from the same faction. Due to the rarity of resources, once some natural treasures appear, most likely, there would be competition between disciples. At that time, you must use all your strength to take it. Do not decline. The Stargaze Palace does not advocate killing disciples, but we do value the strong. If you have the strength, go ahead and take it. As long as you do not kill your fellow disciples, you are allowed to use any method. Remember, for words, do not decline your responsibility. Qin Wushuang nodded solemnly. I will remember your teachings. Okay, on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, during the Laba festival, you must gather at the Green Cloud Palace. At that time, I will introduce you to the other disciples. In these 3 or 4 months, you are free to do as you wish. Before the year-end exam, I will not teach you any skills. And since you killed Li Wuji, at least for now, you do not need to worry about your combat techniques. Now, your most important task is to consolidate your upper sky realm, understand the mysteries of the upper sky realm, feel the natural power and grasp the essence of absorbing the natural power. Here is a book called 6 Questions of Absorbing Spiritual Qi. It talks about how to absorb and use the natural power at the spiritual martial force. It is very suitable for those who have just entered the upper sky realm. You can refer to it, but do not copy it completely. Understand? Yes, I understand. Qin Wushuang took it and put it in his chest. He smiled again. Any ancient book is only the experience of the predecessors. It is worth referencing, but not copying. It is better to not have books. Everyone's training path, habits, and talent are different. Tan Zhongqi nodded with satisfaction. He liked Qin Wushuang no matter how he looked at him. Such a disciple who could infer many things from one example had a high comprehension ability that surpassed any disciple he had taken in before. Wushuang, during this time, you can go to the Virtuous Cloud Summit or other places. I will not restrict your activities. You can go anywhere within the Great Luo Empire. But if you want to leave the country, you must get my permission. It was not that Tan Zhongqi wanted to restrict his freedom, but for safety reasons. After all, The Tien Shen land was as vast as the sea, and there were as many elite warriors as the clouds. An initial stage upper sky realm was insignificant in the entire Tien Shen land. He did not have the qualifications to wander around. For now, Qin Wushuang did not plan to leave the country, as he nodded in agreement. After listening to his teacher's instructions, Qin Wushuang familiarized himself with the general terrain of the Stargaze Palace. Then, he headed towards the back mountain. To train, he must find a quiet place. Although he could not enter the Virtuous Cloud Summit, he could at least enter the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range. There were countless mountain peaks in the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range and only a few hundred advanced disciples. Although it seemed like a lot of people, in the 20,000 miles area of the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range, they were only a drop in the ocean. If it wasn't a coincidence, the chance for disciples to meet each other was extremely small. Think about it, within the 20,000 miles area, there were a few hundred people. One could imagine how small the chance would be to meet each other. For sure, the major sects were the major sects. Their training grounds were as big as a subordinate country. For your information, the Bayou country only had 20 or 30,000 miles of land. However, the Bayou country had 32 states and 600 million people, and this Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range only allowed a few hundred advanced disciples to enter. One could imagine how big the difference was. Now, Qin Wushuang understood more and more why each of the people in this world wanted to climb up the ladder. The higher the position, the more resources they would have. The difference between the two had almost reached a monstrous level. After entering the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range, Qin Wushuang did not dare to let down his guard. Before he left, his teacher had told him that although this Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range was the territory of the Stargaze Palace, it was not completely free of demonic beasts. Disciples of the Stargaze Palace were not allowed to kill each other. However, if he was unlucky and met a demonic beast during training, then he would have to pray for himself. After picking a steep mountain peak, Qin Wushuang walked through the mountain range and felt the rich presence of the Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range. Indeed, the spiritual qi of this Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range was much richer than the martial Saint Mountain. In the past, before Qin Wushuang had entered the upper sky realm, he was not sensitive to this feeling. He only stayed in a hazy state of understanding. After entering the upper sky realm, Qin Wushuang's perception of the spiritual qi seemed to have been enlightened. He felt it extremely clear and natural. It was easy to grasp the difference between the two. Indeed, this Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range is extraordinary. Compared to this, the martial Saint Mountain is truly a remote and desolate place. No wonder there are so many upper sky realm warriors in the Stargaze Palace. The Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range has contributed a lot. Only, even at this Virtuous Cloud Mountain Range, I still could not find the feeling I had when I first entered that cave in the Great Kang Mountain. Qin Wushuang remembered the experience at that cave in the cliff of the Great Kang Mountain. Until now, it was still vivid in his mind and he could not forget it. The feeling of that baptism was too wonderful. Now, thinking back, that baptism should be the process of the spiritual qi filling the body. It was that process that had allowed him to enter the upper sky realm. Only, he could not understand that if that baptism was the spiritual qi filling the body, how could his body endure such strong spiritual qi? Usually, if the body did not reach a certain level of strength and could not endure the natural spiritual qi, the only result would be death from the explosion of the body. However, at that time, he was safe and sound. In fact, he even enjoyed it. All of this seemed to have gone against the common sense of the upper sky spiritual martial force. Perhaps, those 5 mystical lights have some other mysteries. As Qin Wushuang thought about it, he started to look for a quiet corner. He was going to find a place to study that 6 questions of absorbing soul that his teacher had given him. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 150. The 6 questions of absorbing spiritual qi covered the training of the entire spiritual martial force. To put it bluntly, it would answer some of the main questions on how to absorb the natural power. Although it was a beginner's book, it explained the profound knowledge in simple terms and explained the knowledge of absorbing spiritual chi clearly. When one reached the upper sky spiritual martial force, the core problem was to absorb the natural power and use the body as a medium to form a strong power. Thus, after entering the upper sky spiritual martial force, the strength of a martial artist would be determined by his ability to absorb and use the natural power. On this core problem, Qin Wushuang had already received the guidance from the martial Saint Mountain and had basically grasped it. Only, after understanding this core problem, he still had a lot of knowledge to learn. Absorbing natural spiritual energy was a long process, but it was also a huge field of study. How to absorb it and where to absorb it. The process of absorbing the natural power was in fact a process of refining the spiritual chi. Most of the absorption of the natural power relied on training. During training, one would trigger the natural power and merge it with the body to transform it into one's own power. It was a slow process. Of course, there were exceptions. This small portion of exceptions relied on absorbing the natural spiritual objects to quickly acquire spiritual chi. It was a fast process. This direct absorption process was equivalent to a shortcut and naturally, it was attractive. Only, to absorb it directly, one must have two requirements. First, one must have a strong body and enough bearing capacity. Or else, this direct absorption process would be extremely tyrannical and had a strong impact. If the body did not have enough bearing capacity, it would be extremely dangerous. Most importantly, to directly absorb the spiritual chi, one would need a technique and spiritual objects to absorb it. Everyone knew that in the Great Luo Empire, spiritual objects were extremely precious. Regardless of spiritual medicine or spiritual beast cores, they were all extremely rare. Basically, when one obtained one, it would become a medicinal material to make pills. One would never be so extravagant as to directly extract it. Although directly extracting it was a shortcut to quickly increase one's spiritual chi, the risk was high. There would also be a loss of a certain amount of spiritual chi and the degree of development would not be high. For these gains and losses, the martial artist would need to grasp them and make a choice according to the actual situation. Qin Wushuang flipped through the 6 questions of absorbing spiritual chi and had a general understanding. This upper sky knowledge was indeed vast. Initial stage, middle stage, advanced stage, perfect stage. Every level had a completely different concept within it. Within the 4 major realms, there were countless small realms and small steps that separated the countless upper sky warriors of the spiritual martial force into a strong and weak ladder. The power of nature included the basic power of the 5 elements, the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Everything that was related to the natural operation of the universe had the power of nature. It all depended on how the cultivator absorbed it, carried it, and used it. Qin Wushuang was currently practicing the coagulated sword, which was the 5th stage, the real sword realm. If one were to break it down, there would be different attributes. However, in the entire 5th grade, the division of attributes was not clear. Only in the 4th grade, the gang sword, would there be a clear division of attributes. Currently, in the 5th grade realm, it was only a prototype. However, this did not affect the power of the true sword. In reality, the coagulated sword was a battle technique that was profound and profound. The 5th stage was already the upper sky realm. And as he continued to train, each time he improved, the stage would also increase significantly. When he reached the 1st stage, it would be unimaginable. Currently, Qin Wushuang was not biting off more than he could chew. Instead, he focused on practicing the true sword. Currently, he was only an initial stage warrior. To him, the solid sword was more than enough for him to use. If he were to force himself to practice a higher level sword intent, it would not be good. Currently, this virtuous cloud mountain range was full of spiritual chi and was the best place to practice the true sword. He decided to consolidate this technique and strive to use it more maturely in actual combat. Combined with the immortal virtuous cloud steps, this coagulated sword was indeed a rare battle technique. Qin Wushuang knew the principle of biting off more than he could chew. In this 1 month, he only focused on the combination of these two techniques. Initially, during the battle with Li Wuji, if he had a month to practice these two techniques, that battle would not have dragged on for so long and become so complicated. Unfortunately, the situation at that time was too urgent and the situation was too hasty. Li Wuji came without any warning. This caused Qin Wushuang to be in a passive position. After a month, Qin Wushuang walked out from the dark. After a month of intensive training, not only had Qin Wushuang consolidated his spiritual martial force, he had also gained a great harvest. He had perfectly combined the true sword attack of the coagulated sword with the immortal virtuous cloud steps. He had almost reached a flawless stage. After gaining this confidence, Qin Wushuang firmly believed that if he were to fight with Li Wuji now, he would be able to win much more easily. Qin Wushuang decided to travel around. In the process of training, not only did he need to meditate, he also needed to have enough experience. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. On the path of training, the principle was the same. Sometimes, sitting for 3 months would not be as good as traveling for half a month. When traveling, if he had a moment of enlightenment, it would be as good as half a year of hard training. The 20,000-mile numinous cloud mountain range was indeed as deep as the ocean. Qin Wushuang walked for half a month and did not meet anyone. Although he was mentally prepared, it still made Qin Wushuang feel deeply moved. But after a while, he felt relieved. Although the numinous cloud mountain range was vast, there were only a few hundred advanced disciples. Most of the people here were probably training in a fixed corner. If a small number of people were traveling, it would not be easy for them to meet in a large area of 20,000 miles. As dusk approached, Qin Wushuang raised his head and looked at the sky. He knew that he probably would not gain anything today. He wanted to find a place to stay for the night and leave tomorrow morning. Suddenly, the sound of birds came from the forest behind him. A group of birds rushed out of the forest and flew out of the forest in panic, scattering in all directions. Qin Wushuang stopped in his tracks. He knew that something was happening behind him. Turning his head, he saw a fiery red bird. It was not an ordinary bird. It was much bigger and looked like an eagle with a pair of big wings. It was very arrogant and domineering as it circled above the forest. When this fiery red bird saw Qin Wushuang, it obviously wanted to show off. It screeched and kept flapping its wings, beating the trees. Wherever it went, those big trees were like clay sculptures. They were easily cut in two by its big wings. It swept all the way over with irresistible force. The evil beast had a hook at the corner of its mouth. It was cold and sharp, very sinister. It was emitting a strong offensive power. Flapping its wings, it circled 30 to 40 meters in front of Qin Wushuang. One man and one bird were confronting each other. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary bird to have such an exaggerated attack power. It was most likely an innate spiritual bird. Qin Wushuang was secretly shocked. He thought that his luck was really extraordinary. He heard from his master that the probability of encountering a spirit beast in the soaring cloud mountain range was not high. The probability of encountering one in the soaring cloud mountain range was relatively higher. He did not expect to encounter an innate spiritual beast without even entering the soaring cloud mountain range. It was Qin Wushuang's first time encountering a legendary spirit beast. He did not dare to underestimate it. This spirit beast was obviously a little irritable. It seemed to be in a hurry. Seeing Qin Wushuang standing in front of it, it saw that he still did not back down after showing off its power. It flapped its wings and charged towards Qin Wushuang. It grabbed at the air with its claws. Countless gusts of wind shot down like sharp arrows. This attack was not the least bit weaker than Li Wuji's thunder palms. In fact, it was even more imposing. It was just that spirit beasts did not have cultivation techniques after all. They could not attack in groups like Li Wuji and form an attack circle. Otherwise, with the speed of this attack, it would be even more difficult to withstand than Li Wuji's attack. Qin Wushuang moved continuously with his immortal ascendant cloud steps. He ignored the beast's attack and observed the spirit beast's attack characteristics as he walked. Its attack strength was mainly focused on its claws and mouth. However, its wings had never been developed. For spirit beasts of the bird type, the wings were always a hidden part of their attack that could not be underestimated. There was no way Qin Wushuang would be negligent. After defending for a while, he had already figured out some tricks. He purposely slowed down his footsteps and was prepared to let the beast fly lower so that he could counterattack with the heavenly meridian condensed sword. Every part of a carnate spiritual beast was a treasure. The body was a treasure, and the spirit beast elixir in the body was even more priceless. The spirit beast elixir of a carnate spiritual beast was a rare item, whether it was for refining elixirs or extracting spirit energy. Qin Wushuang was naturally tempted. This was his first time encountering a carnate spiritual beast. If he could not destroy it and take it as his spoils of war, it would be a fly in the ointment. As expected, his initiative to show weakness made the spirit beast's attacks even more unbridled. Normally, although spirit beasts were not as intelligent as humans, they were also very cunning and suspicious. They would never attack rashly. However, this spirit beast seemed to be eager to pass through Qin Wushuang's obstruction. Every attack was very fierce. Qin Wushuang thought, could it be that this spirit beast was chased here by others? Is it in a hurry to pass through here to get rid of the pursuers? With a thought, he sensed carefully. Indeed, he heard the sound of wind blowing grass behind him. Although it was far away, it did not escape Qin Wushuang's ears. Yo! Qin Wushuang let out a low moan and moved his body, allowing the spirit beast to scurry past. After making a path for him, he followed closely behind. His steps were light and quick, and he didn't let go. He knew that it was not one or two people who were chasing after this carnate spiritual beast. It was very likely that it was a group of people. Otherwise, a spirit beast would not be in such a panic. Qin Wushuang was alone. Even if he could defeat this spirit beast, he would have to put in a lot of effort. If his spirit energy was exhausted and that group of people caught up, it would instead let them take advantage of the situation. Qin Wushuang was unwilling to do something that would cause him to suffer a loss. Therefore, he let this spirit beast fly past while he chased from behind. He would only make a move when he got rid of the pursuers. Otherwise, it would continue to be a tug-of-war like running and competing in leg strength. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 151. That spiritual beast obviously didn't expect Qin Wushuang to suddenly give way. Just a moment ago, it was still in a desperate state. Now that he suddenly gave way, it was naturally very surprised. In terms of sprinting speed, innate spiritual beasts were definitely much faster than human innate rankers. But in terms of leg strength, human innate rankers had a lot of advantages in terms of endurance. Between innate rankers, it didn't matter even if you managed to shake them off for a short period of time. This was because innate rankers didn't need to rely on sight to chase after innate rankers. With the sensing of innate rankers and the ability to judge the escape route, they were all as reliable as sight. In other words, no matter how far you shook them off, as long as the innate ranker could sense it, you wouldn't be able to shake them off. This spiritual beast rushed past Qin Wushuang's defense and obtained enough space to immediately dash towards the sky. Its strategy was very obvious. It wanted to use the height to shake off Qin Wushuang and the pursuers behind it. For human innate rankers, unless your cultivation had reached an abnormal level, you wouldn't be able to fly. Qin Wushuang chased for a while and could only rely on the sensing of innate rankus ranker to follow. If this spiritual beast kept flying in the sky, he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything. But as long as it descended, it wouldn't be able to escape his pursuit. This evil beast is quite cunning. When it was stopped by me previously, it didn't dare to dash towards the sky because it was too close to me. It was afraid that it would leave an opening for me to attack. Now that it has shaken me off and has enough space, it really flew towards the sky. It seems that the intelligence of spiritual beasts isn't any less than that of humans. Qin Wushuang was somewhat regretful. The reason why he gave way just now was because he didn't want to clash with this spiritual beast and let the pursuers take advantage of the situation. But by giving way, he gave the spiritual beast enough space to fly towards the sky. If it didn't descend, he wouldn't be able to do anything to it. He had to admit that he had miscalculated just now. It was his first time facing a spiritual beast, so his experience was still lacking. If he had a bow or arrow type innate rancor weapon, he would definitely be able to make this spiritual beast stay. Unfortunately, he only had the saber he got from Li Wuji, so he couldn't use long-range attacks. What Qin Wushuang didn't expect was that after the spirit bird got rid of him, it seemed to deliberately provoke him. From time to time, it would dive down to demonstrate its strength, and then fly back to the sky. Just like that, one night passed, and Qin Wushuang had already traveled thousands of miles. Qin Wushuang was also infuriated by it. He thought, this evil creature is provoking us like this, I'm afraid it has other motives. Could it be that there's another trap for me to fall into? Otherwise, why would you come down and provoke me after escaping from the danger zone? Thinking of this, he suppressed the anger in his heart and calmed down. He absolutely could not let it take the initiative. Otherwise, in this kind of tug-of-war, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. If they were to be lured into a spirit beast's lair, that would truly be a living hell. Qin Wushuang decided to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. With this thought in mind, he slowed down. His footsteps slowed down, and he purposely appeared to be very tired. Showing weakness to the enemy. This was the first step of Qin Wushuang's strategy. If he wanted to loosen the reins only to grasp them better, he must confuse the other party. This spirit bird was obviously very intelligent. To confuse it was definitely not easy, and he absolutely couldn't overdo it. After a night of running, it was normal to show a bit of fatigue. After chasing for a while, Qin Wushuang stopped in front of a dense forest. He jumped onto a big tree, and simply lay down on a branch to rest. His appearance easily gave people the feeling that his spiritual power was insufficient. After all, those who cultivated in the numinous Sky Mountain range were only advanced disciples, not core disciples. Even if they entered the Xiantian realm, it was normal for them to have insufficient spiritual power. Adjusting his breathing and resting his spirit, Qin Wushuang was incomparably satisfied. He almost forgot about the spirit bird, and leisurely started to cultivate. Sure enough, after a few hours, the spirit bird circled back. It chirped twice above Qin Wushuang's head, but was unwilling to land. It was obviously using its voice to test Qin Wushuang's reaction. Qin Wushuang was basically certain that this spirit bird was up to something. Perhaps it was fishing. When he thought of this, he was calm and collected. It was certainly good to be able to eliminate this spirit bird, but if there was a chance, he would absolutely not act rashly. After a night of racing, the group of pursuers behind him had long been shaken off. It could be said that the current situation was a battle between Qin Wushuang and this spirit bird. He wanted to hunt this spirit bird, and this spirit bird was obviously luring him. Both parties were anxious like this. Qin Wushuang was unmoved. No matter how the spirit bird chirped, he didn't move or look. His self-restraint was very calm, but this spirit bird couldn't remain calm. It opened its claws and directly shot out a few sharp attack blades. With the sound of the wind, it pierced through the air. Like a bolt from the blue, it cut through the void and shot straight towards him. Qin Wushuang turned over and dodged, jumping down from the tree. He wasn't afraid of this spirit bird attacking, but he was afraid that it wouldn't attack. If it attacked, he could completely use the immortal Lingyun steps to deal with this evil creature. He could also pretend to be weak, and use the previously formulated strategy to eliminate it. Earlier, he had almost succeeded. If it wasn't for the group of pursuers behind him, Qin Wushuang would have had a very good chance to lure this spirit bird to close the distance. Once this distance was closed, it would enter the attack range of the coagulated sword. Qin Wushuang would definitely be able to kill this spirit bird if he attacked fiercely with both hands. Seeing Qin Wushuang turn over and jump down from the tree, the spirit bird hesitated for a moment, but still rushed down. Its 2 claws moved continuously, and it kept clawing out sharp blades like a whirlwind. Its pair of claws was actually more powerful than any weapon. Every row of attacks cut down the rows of trees in the forest, and those big trees fell in rows. Qin Wushuang only blocked and didn't counterattack. The situation looked as embarrassing as it could be. He didn't believe that no matter how sensitive and vigilant this spirit bird was, could it be able to keep calm and not attack at close range. Sure enough, after Qin Wushuang continuously showed his weak side and embarrassing side, the spirit bird's confidence and arrogance had more or less stirred up. The distance of the attack was also getting closer and closer. Qin Wushuang suddenly shook his arms, and a rumbling force shot out from his palms. Thunder Palm. This was a superficial attack that Qin Wushuang learned from Li Wuji's secret manual. Using it at this time, his original intention was naturally not to attack this spirit bird. Instead, it was to further reduce the opponent's vigilance. Although this thunder palm was imposing, it actually only contained 50% of the essence. It was naturally no problem to attack ordinary birds, but to attack this spirit bird, it was obviously not enough. After shooting out several thunder palms, the spirit bird was even more delighted. Its wings swept to the left and right, and directly swept away the remaining power of the thunder palm. Suddenly, it roared loudly and flapped its wings. Lightning flashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Hundreds of wings, like sharp arrows, shot towards Qin Wushuang at high speed. This row of attacks was fast, fierce, and caught him off guard. There was no sign at all. Qin Wushuang saw that the wings were coming at him menacingly, and knew that it must be a very powerful attack. Swaying left and right with the immortal Lingyun steps, he constantly jumped and dodged the attacks. Sure enough, this evil creature's wings are hiding many secrets. I'm afraid that these wing attacks are just a test, and there are even more powerful moves inside. Qin Wushuang's thoughts turned, and he rushed to the east and rushed to the west. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he was still using his tactic to mislead the enemy. That spirit bird indeed swooped down for more than 10 meters, and at this moment, it was only 20 meters away from Qin Wushuang's head. In fact, it had already entered the attack range. But in order to ensure the strength and accuracy of the attack, Qin Wushuang decided to endure a little longer. If he wanted to attack, he had to aim for a sure hit, or else he would not rashly use his trump card. Once the attack failed, this spirit bird would become alert and fearful, and if he wanted it to come down again, it would be almost impossible. A spirit bird's vigilance was very strong. In other words, either he succeeded or gave up. There were only these 2 possibilities. Seeing that Qin Wushuang did not continue to attack, the spirit bird's vigilance was obviously slowly relaxing, and it thought that Qin Wushuang's strength was only so. Suddenly, it flapped its wings rapidly, and suddenly closed them. It suddenly opened them, closed them again, and suddenly opened them again. This action was repeated 6 times in a row. Every time, the 2 wings brought out a turbulent airflow, and this airflow continued to accumulate, converging at a certain core area, forming a mass of air, and tightly wrapping the surrounding void. This mass of air actually produced a very strong suction force, wrapping up the surrounding leaves and sand, forming a whirlpool in the center, and the shape was very strange. Suddenly, the spirit bird's wings flapped outwards, and that huge cyclone was directly pushed out. The terrifying spatial airflow rippled in the void, and like a detonated bomb, it radiated a powerful attack wave in all direction. Boom! It was as if a strange ripple had appeared in the void, and the ripple spread in all directions. Qin Wushuang's footsteps retreated, and he knocked into more than 10 big trees, but he did not stop retreating at all. Seeing that Qin Wushuang was retreating at such a high speed, the spirit bird would not let it go. It hurriedly followed, constantly activating all the strength in its body, and constantly pushing that powerful cyclone towards Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang used the immortal ascending cloud steps, swaying left and right, like a leaf at the tip of a storm, completely unable to control itself, swaying left and right. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's body seemed to have been installed with a spring, and suddenly spread out, breaking away from the area controlled by the whirlpool, and dodged to the back. The chance had come. Both hands moved, the little shong sword, middle rushing sword, left and right, continuously shooting out. These 2 consecutive changes, the speed was so fast that it could not be described with words. It was like a drowning person, who was clearly at the edge of the abyss of despair, but suddenly jumped up, full of energy, and cleaved through the wave. The situation was reversed in an instant. The spirit bird evidently did not expect that Qin Wushuang would suddenly break away from the suction force of the airflow, and completely did not expect that the attack of the coagulated sword would be so tyrannical. Kai Kai. Left and right, both attacks hit. The little Zi sword hit the left wing, and the middle rushing sword hit the right wing. In an instant, both wings of the spirit bird were injured, and it shrieked mournfully, wanting to escape. But its wings were hit by an innate master. How could it escape? Before it could escape into the sky, Qin Wushuang's fingers moved consecutively, hitting all the vital parts of its body, and it fell from the sky in despair, and fell to the ground. To be continued. If you want to know what happened, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 152. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed at this turn of events. After enduring for so long, in the end, he had shot down this spiritual beast. Regardless of how intelligent the spiritual beasts were, compared to humans, they still lacked schemes. They relied more on their own intelligence and primitive craftiness. In a battle of wits and power, they lost and became Qin Wushuang's spoils of war. According to his teacher, during the training period, unless it was a major harvest, they did not need to turn in their personal spoils of war. He encouraged the disciples of the Stargaze Palace to own private property. However, the premise was that you must earn your own private property and not be given by the sect. To put it bluntly, it was to encourage the disciples to be self-sufficient. Qin Wushuang knew that for such upper sky spiritual beast, the most valuable part would be that inner core. However, the entire body of this spiritual beast was a treasure. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not let go of any valuable things. He packed up and took everything he could and did not leave anything behind. The instant when that spiritual beast had fallen, in a remote corner of the Virtuous Cloud mountain range, the expression of a black-clothed man changed. He immediately used his spiritual perception and frowned. How could this be? He tried to sense it 3 times and the result was the same. Indeed, one of the 3 spiritual beasts he controlled had been killed. He had trained these spiritual beasts when he was still a cub. In these years, he had been using them to fish to lure some initial stage warriors who had just entered the upper sky realm into the trap he had set up beforehand. From there, he would kill these initial stage warriors who had fallen into the trap and use their bodies and upper sky chi to increase his strength quickly. It had been 3 years since he had started this plan. During this time, 2 initial stage warriors had already lost their lives to his methods and became his stepping stones to increase his strength. In these 3 years, he had never failed and no one had discovered him. However, this time, one of the flame cloud vultures he had sent out had died. It was something that had never happened before. These 3 spiritual beasts were his most precious treasures. Now, one of them had been killed. It was like cutting off his flesh. Such anger could not be described in a few words. He decided to go take a look and make the other party pay the price. It's unforgivable to kill my flame cloud vultures. The flame cloud vultures were full of intelligence. If they had encountered a middle or advanced stage warrior, they would not have gone to provoke them. For sure, the other party was only at the initial stage. That's why the flame cloud vultures went up to lure them. Humph, initial stage warrior, just wait to sacrifice your life to my flame cloud vultures. This black-clothed man with a sinister expression on his face. He rushed in the general direction of the flame cloud vulture's accident. At the same time, he used the spirit manipulation technique to summon the other 2 flame cloud vultures. Initially, he was an initial stage warrior. Now, after absorbing the upper sky spiritual chi from 2 initial stage warriors, regardless of his body or spiritual chi, he was extremely outstanding at the initial stage. Compared to ordinary initial stage warriors, he was much more ahead. In addition, he also had 2 Xiantian spiritual beasts under his control. The combination of 1 man and 2 spiritual beasts was even more powerful. Naturally, he was more confident. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to find the person who killed his flame cloud vulture and kill him with his own hands. Then, he would seize his body and absorb his carnate spiritual qi, turning it into his own. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang quickly left that troublesome place after he had taken the inner core of the flame cloud vultures. He knew that there were pros and cons to this matter. From the reaction of this spiritual beast, for sure, it was not a lone spiritual beast. For sure, it had helpers. Just as he was walking back, suddenly, Qin Wushuang stopped his footsteps. He took out the inner core of the flame cloud vultures and sensed it carefully. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly. It seemed that there were many things to learn in this world. While he was on his way, he felt that the spiritual qi of this inner core was slowly draining away. To an upper sky inner core, if it lost too much spiritual qi, it would become a useless inner core after a certain period of time. An upper sky inner core that had lost its spiritual qi was worthless. It seems that this upper sky inner core needs a corresponding preservation method. It needs special tools to preserve the spiritual qi and prevent the spiritual qi from being drained away. However, at Qin Wushuang's stage, not only did he not have the tools, he did not know the corresponding methods. Therefore, the spiritual qi of the inner core was draining away without restraint. Although the speed was not very fast, at least half of the spiritual qi would be drained away after 3 to 5 days. At that time, a good upper sky inner core would immediately depreciate and no one would be interested in it. Regardless of whether it was used to refine pills or in other ways. The inner core of a spiritual beast with impure spiritual qi would definitely be less effective. It might even be useless. A troublesome matter appeared. Qin Wushuang was very distressed as he held the inner core in his hand. He did not have any storage tools that could nurture spiritual qi, nor did he know any storage methods that could prevent the spiritual qi from being drained away. If I don't want to waste the spiritual qi, perhaps I can only use this inner core on the spot. This spiritual beast's inner core is the main ingredient for refining pills. It's a pity that the dragon and tiger body sculpting pills' main ingredient in the pill recipe left behind by Li Wuji wasn't this flame cloud vulture. Moreover, I don't know how to refine pills. It seems that if I want to use this inner core, I can only directly absorb its spiritual qi. Otherwise, I can only watch as its spiritual qi drains away. This depressing feeling was too great. Qin Wushuang pondered, to absorb this inner core, I need a cultivation method and my body to have enough capacity. This cultivation method is a big problem. If he only used ordinary methods, it would already be good if he could absorb 1/10 of the spiritual qi in this inner core. Without a special absorption skill, it was basically impossible to absorb 100% of the spiritual energy in here. Cultivation method. Qin Wushuang muttered in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something. In my previous life, there were a few cultivation methods that had similar effects. For example, the power of deep north and the asteroid assimilation art were both different methods of achieving the same result. Especially the power of deep north, it was no small matter. The asteroid assimilation art was more or less derived from the power of deep north. Whether in terms of profoundness or power, it was far inferior to the power of deep north. The power of deep north, as the name implied, took the meaning of the deep North Sea. The deep North Sea was compared to a person's dantian. When Qin Wushuang thought of this, he suddenly had a bold idea. He decided to give it a try. The introductory cultivation method of the power of deep north was not complicated. It was simple. The cultivation threshold of the power of deep north was far lower than that of the coagulated sword. It could even be said that it was very easy to get started with the power of deep north. Almost as long as one was a martial artist, there was hope to cultivate the power of deep north. Its core problem was in 2 steps: absorption and application. The absorption process was not complicated. One only needed to make a good hand gesture, grasp a degree of absorption, and be able to guide and transfer it correctly. The whole process was absolutely not complicated. The difficulty lay in the question of how to use it. In the ancient martial arts world of his previous life, there were countless postnatal masters who cultivated the power of Deep North. However, most of them could only absorb it and could not completely apply it. Some even did not know how to apply it and did not know how to digest it. The absorbed inner strength became a burden on the body. Of course, the cultivation in his previous life was limited to the postnatal realm. Now, the absorption of spiritual chi was within the postnatal realm. Naturally, it could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, in the ancient martial arts world of his previous life, the postnatal realm was only the tip of the iceberg for many peerless martial arts techniques. In fact, many of them continued to the postnatal realm. For example, the coagulated sword, the immortal virtuous cloud steps, and the power of Deep North all shared the same principle. The part that the postnatal realm warriors cultivated was only the tip of the iceberg. It was far from the entirety of these top techniques. In Qin Wushuang's mind, he had almost memorized all the top martial arts techniques from his previous life. It was like a moving library and he did not even need to flip through them. After a little organizing, he combed through the power of Deep North in his mind and came up with an idea. This power of Deep North actually had the same effect as the heavenly vein condensed sword. The key knowledge lay in the path of the lung channel of Han Taiyin. The knowledge of the meridians and acupoints on this path was crucial. Usually, postnatal realm warriors would use genuine chi to travel through the meridians. And upper sky spiritual martial force warriors would use spiritual chi to travel through the meridians. The principle was the same, it was just an increase in the level of power. Qin Wushuang's spiritual chi went through a few circulations in his body. Instantly, his meridians were matured by the spiritual chi. In terms of toughness and maturity, they were much stronger than those in the postnatal realm. After a few circulations, he focused on the training of the conception meridian. The conception meridian originated from the yin-yang meridian between the anus and the genitals. It went through a path and had many acupoints. However, it had a very clear path. To an elite warrior like Qin Wushuang, identifying the acupoints was almost child's play. After running it once, it felt exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. This power of Deep North is indeed easy to learn. However, it is not easy to train it to perfection and purity. The lung channel of Han Taiyin was the conception meridian and the foundation of the power of Deep North. Among them, the Shaoshang acupoint on the two thumbs and the Shanzhong acupoint between the two breasts were especially important. The Shaoshang acupoint was the starting point of absorption of the power of Deep North. The absorbed spiritual qi would pass through the Niwen Palace in the upper dantian and reach its final destination, which was the Shanzhong acupoint in the middle dantian. As the saying goes, people have 4 Cs. Among the 4 Cs, the Shanzhong acupoint was the Qi C, which was where the Qi C was located. It was also the vital point of storing Xiantian's spiritual qi. Using the Shaoshang acupoint to absorb spiritual qi and store it in the Qi C was the key to the first step of the power of Deep North. Qin Wushuang sorted out the meridians and tried to use the Xiantian spiritual qi to go through the conception meridian. It was unobstructed. He went through it again, 3 times in a row, and immediately became very proficient. After warming it up 3 times, Qin Wushuang placed the Xiantian Naiden in front of him. He opened the Shaoshang acupoint on the 2 thumbs and began to absorb the Xiantian Naiden. P.S. Last time, I mentioned that there was an Xiantian technique that was compatible with the coagulated sword. Hehe, it has finally surfaced. I wonder if anyone has guessed it. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.